Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the Rancho Mirage City Council. It is a regular meeting, Thursday, May 15th at 2014, and it is 1:06, and we are starting. So why don't we start out by having a flag salute, and we'll have our newest council member, Charlie Townsend, lead us in the flag salute.
I will. If you'd all stand, please. Put your hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You may be seated.
Okay. Well, Cindy, would you like to call roll, please?
Yes, thank you. Councilmember Hobart.
Here.
Councilmember Kite.
Here.
Councilmember Townsend.
Here.
Councilmember Weil.
Here.
And Mayor Smartridge.
Here. Thank you. Well, we have a busy day today, and it's a very joyous for everyone here in Rancho Mirage. And we have 3 presentations to start off with. So we will start with the EPA Energy Star Award that is going to be presented to the city by Stephen John, Director of EPA's Southern California Field Office. And then we will have 2 more awards. So thank you, John. Welcome.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for that introduction. As you know, the U.S. currently faces serious environmental challenges such as climate change, while companies, organizations, and governments are being challenged by extremely tight budgets. Energy efficiency is a leading approach to meeting the global climate challenge because it reduces greenhouse gases, and it does it at a cost-effective way, saving businesses and residents thousands of dollars a year. Climate change is the biggest public health challenge our nation faces. Taking action will lead to significant health, climate, and air quality benefits for generations to come. EPA's Energy Star program provides a win-win solution that makes sense for the environment, our climate, and for people's wallets. In 2013 alone, Americans, with the help of the Energy Star program, saved an estimated $30 billion on their utility bills and prevented greenhouse gas emissions equal to the annual electricity use of more than 38 million homes. EPA's Energy Star program is recognized by more than 85% of Americans as the nation's symbol of energy efficiency. It's often known as a label on appliances in our homes, on our refrigerators, on dishwashers, wash machines, and in businesses on computers and copiers. We're here today because EPA's Energy Star program also identifies the nation's most energy-efficient commercial buildings. Every building, from the smallest school to the tallest skyscraper, uses energy mostly derived from the burning of fossil fuels, which contributes to climate change. EPA's Energy Star program has developed a proven approach to assess and reduce the energy use of buildings. The cornerstone of this approach is to begin by objectively comparing or benchmarking the energy use of buildings. The city of Rancho Mirage and the city of Indian Wells are award-winning examples of what is possible through this voluntary partnership with EPA in their Energy Star program. In its first year as an Energy Star partner, the city of Rancho Mirage saved almost 66,000 kilowatt hours of energy, and that's equivalent to $10,000 savings for the budget, which everyone, I'm sure, is very pleased about. The city of Indian Wells saved more than $7,800 and 35,000 kilowatt hours of energy. These cities have reduced energy consumption by 35% from the national average. If every home and business saved this much energy, it would be the equivalent of taking 140 million cars off the road. From improvements to how their facilities are operated and maintained to raising awareness among employees, these cities have taken significant strides to reduce their environmental impact. Each of you here today has made a dedicated effort to pursue energy efficiency and reduce your carbon emissions. Your efforts will help inspire your peers, and I thank you for these efforts, and for your pursuit of a healthier environment for our families and for future generations. The city of Rancho Mirage and the city of Indian Wells are award-winning examples of what you can do to take action to address the risk of a changing climate and what is possible through this involuntary partnership with EPA's Energy Star program. EPA is pleased to present the Energy Star Award to the City of Rancho Mirage for earning EPA's Energy Star certification for this facility. I congratulate you for this great achievement, and I wish you continued success in your ongoing efforts to improve energy efficiency and to protect the environment. Thank you very much. And it's a very nice plaque. I think you may have noticed as you came in, there's already a plaque right by the front door. So every time you come into this building, you can be pleased with the good work that you've done for the environment and for the budget and the economy of this area. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Stephen, for coming. And thank you for the lovely award.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Since the year 2000, the City of Rancho Mirage has participated in the Cathedral City High School's Senior Scholarship and Awards Program. They present the students with the Rancho Mirage's Mayor's Award. In 2007, the city implemented a one-time scholarship to those exceptional students that reside in Rancho Mirage that maintain a consistent academic achievement, are involved in community service, activities, volunteer work, and then plan to attend either a 2-year college, 4-year university, or a vocational technical institution. This year we have 5 recipients, and they are sitting down in the front row on your left. And if they would come down and join me in the front, I would love to have a little few words with you and present you with a gift. Okay, welcome all of you.
Thank you.
First we have Maria Fernanda Hernandez Juarez. Okay, Maria has been in the United States since 2011. She immediately began to volunteer with Cathedral City High School, and she has since volunteered at UCLA Translational Oncology Research Laboratories. Maybe you'd like to give us a little bit of rundown on what exactly that involves?
I'm part of the HEAL Academy and host Future Health Professionals, and because of that, I got the opportunity to intern at the UCLA Oncology Labs. I'm interested in medicines and mostly oncology, pediatric oncology. So being there, I got the opportunity to have my own cells and treat them with different treatments to maintain them alive, and experiment with different treatments to try to find a cure for cancer for different organs.
Okay, that sounds wonderful. Maybe you could tell us about some of the universities where you've applied and if you've heard any word back from them yet?
I applied to UC San Diego, UC Irvine, UC Riverside, UC Berkeley, and UC Davis, University of Washington, Seattle University, and Stanford University. I got admitted into all of them except Stanford, and I'm planning to attend UC Berkeley.
Well, well, that's quite an achievement, and we're very proud of you. We know your family is extremely proud of you, and thank you so much for coming down to visit with us and for accepting this award. And next we have Matthew Hokut. And Matthew is pursuing a performing arts career. He has volunteered with Feeding the Homeless, was a summer camp counselor, a spokesperson for the Gay Straight Alliance, and he's very involved in a variety of other things. So why don't you tell us about them?
Ever since I started in middle school and then high school, I've always been very active in my community. And right now, one of my projects that I'm working on is that I'm mentoring one student from Nellie Kaufman, so I feel like that's like a really good thing because I'm really glad I got to give back to that one particular student.
Absolutely. Also very impressive. All right, now we have Yesenia Gonzalez, and she was raised by her mother and brother. She has applied to several universities. She was on the varsity swim team and a varsity water polo team. She'd like to pursue a degree in business administration, and maybe you can tell us a little bit more about that.
I am planning on attending either Cal Poly Pomona or Cal State Los Angeles, and my major will be business administration and hospitality.
Thank you so much. We wish you all the best. And this is Genevieve Knight. She was born in Rancho Mirage along with her twin sister. And she has a passion for journalism. She is also very active in track and field and volunteered at the Inland Valley Finals track meet. And she would like to attend a 2-year community college and then transfer to a university. So can you tell us a little about what you do on a daily basis or what you do for fun?
Actually, I'm going to Cal State San Bernardino and Palm Desert, the Palm Desert campus, with my sister. So I'll be going there in the fall, and I plan to major in journalism. And yeah.
Well, I'm sure you will be a tremendous asset to whatever field you choose to pursue. Thank you so much. Okay. And the other half, Gabrielle Knight. And she lives with her father, who inspired her to discover her passion for athletics. Unfortunately, at the age of 14, you had a little mishap, which was a hindrance for your ability to perform and improve your running. But you've made it up in other ways. And you are going to be attending a 2-year community college and then also transferring to a university. So can you tell us a little bit about anything you'd like to tell us?
I'm going to the same school with my sister, as she said, to Cal State San Bernardino and Palm Desert. And I hope to major in kinesiology and get involved in the field of sports medicine and hopefully educate others with the importance of physical fitness. And that's about it.
Well, that's quite a bit. And thank you. And as we all know, we're all trying to improve our physical fitness. So people like these are really going to make a difference in our lives. So I would like to present you with your plaques and a little gift from the city of Rancho Mirage. And here's Maria. Okay, and your plaque. And Matthew. There's also a check that goes with this. Thank you. And Yesenia. Okay, why don't we all line up here and then we'll just take pictures at the end. And Genevieve. Thank you. Here's, wait. And Gabrielle. Thank you so much. Okay. And thank you all. Good luck in all your future endeavors. Thank you. And now, if we could have a great member of the Rancho Mirage team join me down here, Bruce Harry. We have something very, very special. For all of you that were unaware of it, we are going to be presenting this proclamation honoring National Public Works Week, which takes place May 18th through the 24th. And it's got a lot of whereases. It marks the 54th Annual National Public Works Week, sponsored by the American Public Works Association. And whereas the public works infrastructure facilitates and services are of vital importance to sustainable communities and to the health, safety, and well-being of the citizens of the Rancho Mirage and much, much more. So, and I have Public Works Week, May 18th through the 24th. In witness thereof, I have set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Rancho Mirage to be affixed this 15th day of May. Thank you so much. Bruce is a tremendous asset, and we know that he investigates everything so beautifully and always presents wonderful reports. So thank you, thank you. We're very proud. Thank you. Absolutely.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, City Council members. This is a really big honor for me to accept this and to be recognized by City Council. The Public Works Department, our men and women throughout the country, are people that work behind the scenes that people really don't get to see. These are people that work day and night, maintain our water system, maintain our sewer system, maintain our streets, our traffic signals. They perform countless hours of service for the community. And we have so many members on our staff here that are recognized by residents. If you ever are broken down on the side of the road, don't be surprised if a Public Works streets or facilities person may stop by and ask you if you need help. We've had that on occasion. They've repaired tires for people, changed tires. They've been out of gas. So we are out there to serve the community. I have all of my staff here today. I asked them to come in and share in this recognition. My staff is made up of engineering staff, office staff, street maintenance, traffic signals, facilities. These are the people that toil in the heat of the summer, keep our city looking the way you see it out there today, and I really want to thank them for all their hard work and dedication. Thank you. Can you all stand there? Can you guys stand? Thank you.
Thank you, Bruce, and thank all of you. Everyone now has a new take on what our Public Works people do. So thank you for rescuing us when the need is there. Okay. Moving on to non-agenda public comments. This is an opportunity for the public to speak on issues that are not on the agenda for a maximum of 3 minutes per speaker. And if anyone has filled out a yellow card, or if they have not and would like to speak, that's acceptable also. So I have one card here from Madeline Redstone, and if you'd like to come down to the podium and join us.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you
can
for
pull it
listening.
down.
Thank you for listening to me. I would like to know what your policy is on vacation rentals and rentals for entertainment events like Coachella, the Stagecoach. Thank you, Jamie. Stagecoach. I have on 3 occasions now had to call the Rancho Mirage police, which sent out the Riverside sheriffs to complain at 2, 3 in the morning, especially on one occasion where we couldn't even get on our street. There were buses, there were armed guards by the property next door to me. And I live at 71071 La Paz Road. And I'm quite interested in I know what Indian Wells has just done, and I'm interested to see what Rancho Mirage is going to do in the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have a resident expert, Steve Quintanilla, who is our city attorney, and perhaps he could answer some of the questions.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First of all, if somebody is going to plan on having a party, a large party, that will likely qualify as a special event, which requires them to get a special event permit. And part of that process includes conditioning that event on having proper security and noise controls. So, but if you run into a situation where, you know, this comes up again, do call the Riverside County Sheriff's, which is our police department. During the business hours, you may want to give the city a call, and we can hook you up with the person who runs that program. In regards to vacation rentals, the city of Rancho Mirage does permit vacation rentals, and vacation rentals are simply rentals of private residences for 30 days or less. The owners of those establishments have to get a permit from the city, and along with that permit comes a hotline number, and that hotline number is available 24/7. And if you call that hotline, there will definitely be a response. But please, if you know of anybody in your neighborhood who's having these parties and they're loud, contact the police department, and then also give the city a call and let us know that there's something going on like that.
Also, our city manager, Randy Binder, will address this issue.
You know, the city's code staff and our contract with Riverside County Sheriff is second to none, but it does happen when these special events go off and they don't come to the city for a permit, and that's when we get behind the curve. So I want you to know, Ms. Redstone, that city staff will be bringing back to the city council a review of the ordinance that we have in place to tighten up the rules and regulations to be sure neighborhood tranquility is preserved. That's our first and foremost priority. So thank you.
I'll make one other comment regarding the complaint that you had, Madeline. The person that owns that house has been notified that in the event of such disturbance, they will not be issued a permit again. So they are on notice as to the fact that there has been disturbance, you and your neighbors, and that the city won't tolerate it. So I think that you'll find, hopefully, that this won't occur again.
Yeah. The ordinance will be brought back to the Tourism and Special Event Subcommittee of the City Council, and then the entire City Council will review it within the next couple of months, rest assured.
Thank you so much for coming forward with that. And if you have any further questions, all you need to do is contact the city, and they'll fill you in on any problem-solving information you need. Thank you. Okay, no other speakers coming forward for comment? Okay, then why don't we move forward to council comments? And Richard, would you like to start? Okay. Dana?
I have only a very brief comment. I'd like to report that the Ritz-Carlton Hotel opened today at about 10 o'clock. And it's open for business as of 3 o'clock today, and they're taking visitors and residents, so to speak, starting tonight. So, it's a done deal.
Thank you, Dan. Okay, Charlie?
Yes, I do. And I hit my button too, so I'm on. First of all, I want to extend my thanks to all the residents of Rancho Mirage for having the trust and the faith to elect me to this position. It is indeed an honor to represent you on this council. My thanks to Mayor Iris Mottridge, to Dana Hopart, to Richard Kite, and to Ted Wiles for all the support that they have given and shown to me. Thank you. I appreciate that. My next is we have a restaurant promotion, and I'd like to present that to you all now. One of the last projects I worked on recently at the Chamber of Commerce was a special multifaceted restaurant promotion. At the suggestion of Mayor Richard Kite, who had heard from numerous restaurateurs that this summer was forecast to be indeed a challenging season. He urged us to create a program that could make a difference. Following a series of meetings with our restaurant leaders and the city's marketing and economic development teams, a program was conceived, approved, and in record time produced and launched. I'd like to share it with you now. 30 banners were installed along Highway 111 to remind the thousands of motorists that drive through the thoroughfares each day that Rancho Mirage is not only a beautiful city, but it also has a great many dining destinations. 10,000 Dine Rancho Mirage brochures were produced and distributed to brochure racks throughout the valley. The brochures include a complete listing of our restaurants and an insert with over 35 offers that can be enjoyed in Rancho Mirage restaurants throughout the summer months. From happy hours to early bird specials, there is something for everyone's taste and wallets. Two of my favorite offers are, as an example, 20% off on all food items at Wally's Velvet Turtle, and on Tuesdays, a complimentary bottle of wine with purchase of 2 entrees at the Blue Embers restaurant. And here's a fun one. A 4-course dinner and a movie for 2 for $54.99 at P.F. Chang's. Now that is a terrific bargain. A flyer promotion the Rancho Mirage restaurant offers has been direct mailed to all Rancho Mirage residential addresses that receive bulk mail. That's a total of 13,500. This flyer also has a perforated tear-off coupon that offers 1 small or 1 large scoop of Ben & Jerry's ice cream at the river. Yes, there you go. I had somebody out there who was a Ben & Jerry's person. This coupon will be one of the ways that the staff will use to measure the response to the program. The Chamber's Dine-In Restaurant Mirage website has been completely redone to reflect the campaign. This new restaurant site is linked to both the city websites and the tourism website. A 30-second TV commercial has been produced and will air during the morning news hours on all Valley stations throughout the summer. I'd like to share this commercial with you now.
Dine Rancho Mirage. If it's breakfast, lunch, or dinner, Rancho Mirage serves it all. Where does one begin? Happy hour, Sunday brunch, or that late night bite. The choice is yours. With over 35 Rancho Mirage summer restaurant offers, visit dineranchomirage.com. Your table is waiting.
This has been a very fast-paced project. My thanks to the development service teams of Kurt Watts, Sean Smith, and Joseph Carpenter, and the marketing team comprised of Mike Shalangi. And I said it right, didn't I, Mike? And Lorna LaFon and Robert Barrett, of course, for producing this multifaceted campaign that we hope will make a difference for our restaurants this summer. I hope to see the council, all of us, and all the residents out and about at our restaurant this summer, taking advantage of these many, many offers. That is my report, Madam Mayor.
Iris, I have a question of Charlie. Charlie?
Yes, sir.
How long does the program run for?
It is running through, I have it right here, May 15th through August the 31st.
Thank you. Most of the summer, then?
It is. It is indeed.
Great. Thank you.
A delicious treat for us all.
Yeah.
Okay, Ted, is there anything you wanted to say?
Yeah, I'll just
20%.
Comment as well. As Dana mentioned, this is a momentous day for the city with the Ritz-Carlton opening. We were there this morning. It is a beautiful facility, open to the public within an hour, and it will be a place that you will all enjoy, we will all enjoy, for many years. And of course, from the standpoint of the city, it's extremely important because it will produce conceivably up to $1 million in additional revenue. And when one thinks that we have survived extremely well during the last 7 years without that revenue, it speaks for the conservative nature of how the city is run and maintained. And the other point I want to make is I want to welcome Charles to the dais here. Charles is the newest member, as he just commented. He has an extensive background in business, has been in the city for many years. This is not a new experience for him. We are appreciative. He brings a perspective of a businessman who's been here for a long time, and that helps us in all of our planning. So, Charles, we welcome you and we wish you a long stead.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you so much. And I know our city manager, Randy, has a few words he would like to say also.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to personally thank the Ritz-Carlton Rancho Mirage Subcommittee, Richard Kite, and Dana Hobart for persevering and guiding staff through the tumultuous process from August 2006 until May 15th, 2014, to get the Ritz-Carlton back on track. We dealt with several developers over those times and several different creditors and a very complex operating agreement, and I want to thank you very much for making that project happen, because I don't think we would be here today celebrating the grand opening without your input, with your guidance. Thank you. And one other thing, Ms. Mayor, I'd like to say that today is Peace Officers Memorial Day. This is an observance, a national observance. The United States pays tribute to local, state, and federal peace officers who have died in the line of duty. This holiday was created on October 1st, 1961, when Congress asked the President to designate May 15th to honor peace officers. President John F. Kennedy signed the bill into law. So today we pay tribute to local, state, and federal law enforcement officers who serve and protect us. We express our sincere appreciation to their dedication. Lieutenant John Shields, thank you from the bottom of my heart on behalf of the City of Rancho Mirage for keeping the city safe and sound. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Randy. And now we have a very special presentation to a very special group of people headed, yes, I see, headed by a very special gentleman, a very dedicated soul who has brought pleasure to so many people who have been in need. And this is Michael New, and this is with his lovely dog, Rain. She's the most recent acquisition, and she is completely blind, but she has been certified as a service dog, and we're just so proud to have them here. And Michael, why don't you come on up, and you can say a few words to the audience and the viewing audience at home, and then you can introduce your other guests that are here. So why don't you take over?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First of all, yes, this is Rain, our newest acquisition, and she's completely blind and passed all of her certification in 1 month. She's a hearing ear dog and has a canine good citizenship and has temperaments training. This is one of the classes that it's their first experience, a special needs class, visiting city government and action. I want to thank the mayor and the council for the generous grant that was given to Canine Friendly Visitors that has allowed us to do the work that we do. We now reach over 200 disabled individuals in the Coachella Valley. I have a brief, a number of things I want to show you of how your money is being put to use and what we're doing in the program. A couple of slides and then a very short video. Here is, he's here today with us. Here's Juan, who is very, very afraid of dogs and has worked extensively with Rain and has developed better strength in his hands and coordination and mobility as a result of the program. Here he is in school. These are kids. We do all animal-centric activities and field trips, like coming here. This is a group of students that are baking dog biscuits at, and learning about vocational skills and other training. This is Rain visiting Angel View and residents at the Angel View residence in Desert Hot Springs. We do field trips and outings. The dogs are really sleight of hands. That's Lana with Shantae at Subway. So the dogs really allow the students to develop better self-confidence so that we can help assimilate them into regular society. And this little girl has Down syndrome and has had about a 5-minute concentration level, and working with Amos and brushing Amos, she's now up to 20 minutes of activities of concentration, which is a marked improvement. And last but not least, these are deaf, hard of hearing, and special needs students with Rain, and they named Rain her sign, although the upper part of the head is the male and the lower part is the female. This is the sign for smart, and this is the letter R, and so they named Rain is her sign name, and they work very extensively with Rain and working on better communication using the dog. And this is Naomi with VCA. We use all Rancho Mirage sources to come to K9. This is Dr. Akami from VCA Rancho Mirage Hospital with Lana and Naomi, getting to listen to Lana's heart and learn about what happens at the vet. And this is one of the picnics that you folks funded at Wolfson Park, which is a park that we use very, very often for our special needs outing. Yeah, the video, please. Program.
Meet Lana, Amos, and Rain, 3 dogs that have the remarkable ability to bring out the best in these Coachella Valley kids.
She's a nice dog. She's pretty calm. She listens to you.
Juan Hermosillo is one of Canine Friendly Visitors students at Cathedral City High School.
I wouldn't be able to even get near dogs, and now I pet them, I give them water, I help grooming the dogs.
These simple tasks help Juan build enough strength in his hands to get around on his own.
But he's up and walking, he's out of the wheelchair, he's using more mobility and you know, greater freedom in terms of his own confidence as well.
Juan is just one of many. Devin, who doesn't speak, can now follow directions.
Good job, Devin! It's really helped his self-esteem and his interaction, where he wasn't doing that earlier in the year at all.
These kids are not the only ones who face challenges. Rain, the nonprofit's newest edition, is completely blind.
They look at Rain and they also are able to say, she's perfectly fine and we love her. I guess we're not so bad either.
An important realization for anyone, but especially for the disabled community where suicide is a concern.
To see that this really aided their self-esteem, and they were just so much, it just enriched their lives. It was amazing. It's more than just the dogs. It's not just the dogs just visiting us. It's so much more than that, because Michael teaches a lesson, and him and I collaborate on strategies for the students.
This lesson is at Wolfson Park in Rancho Mirage, one of the only parks in the valley completely accessible for the disabled, with braille trails, even audio trails.
Hi, this is Frank Sinatra.
And it has things that they can touch, experience, almost like an outside children's museum, that makes it really, really special and friendly as a venue that's not really known about.
Oh. It's made them more open to learning. They're more paying more attention. I'm more excited.
This is language for the blind people. This is Braille.
Just like Wayne.
Okay. Just like Rain. That's right, Ryan. Just like Rain.
Now the city of Rancho Mirage is getting involved.
The city are contributing to his cause. It's a very worthwhile program, and we are trying to do whatever possible to make sure that the word gets out there that there are programs like this that deal with children and adults with disabilities,
including keeping the program's students in mind during the renovation of Whitewater Park.
They've now spent time sort of examining what is here that's made this park so special and accessible.
Founder Michael New hopes that the city will be the first of many that get moved by these gentle animals.
And there's something that the dogs do that we can teach, we can use different strategies that meet the kids in a different way that we can't do.
It's helped me a lot, and I'm thankful to Michael for that.
Megan Terlecki, CBS Local 2 News, Rancho Mirage.
And I will say that Devin last week said that we asked what his favorite dog is, and so that's not true that Devin doesn't speak anymore, because last week Devin said rain. So he's now speaking. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Michael. Thank you for all the wonderful work you do. And we have 2 birthdays here today also. Why don't you stand up, Tyler and Ryan? And this is their birthday today. And thank you so much for being here. You are so welcome. Did you want to say anything else?
Mayor, thank you for all water. Thank you, Mayor, for everything.
You are so welcome. And here's a little gift for Rain. And thank you all for being here. Thank you. And what do they call you? Do they call you Miss Ryan? Okay. And we also have someone that's called Mr. President.
No, he likes to call himself Mr. President.
Okay. Well, he's the one.
But he said when he came in here, one of his wishes was that he wanted to go to the White House. And today when he walked in here, he said, "This is the White House."
Well, welcome to the White House. We're happy to have you. Thank you. And thank you again.
Happy birthday.
Okay, we're going to be moving on now to the move for approval of the minutes. Okay, can I have a motion from Dana in a second?
Second.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you. Randy?
Do you want to vote on that?
Yes, absolutely. Okay, can we take a vote? Push one of your buttons and we'll be all set. Okay, and the motion carries 5-0. Okay, so Randy, would you now like to fill us in on the consent calendar?
Yes, Mrs. Mayor, members of the City Council, good afternoon. It's a fairly short consent calendar today. Item number 1, Frank Sinatra 111 Intersection Improvement Project. We would like to continue for 2 weeks to the January 5th council meeting. It's not quite ready for council consideration yet. Item number 2 on your consent calendar is acceptance of the citywide rubberized crack ceiling project. This is a project that filled cracks in 41 lane miles of arterial streets and 15 miles of residential streets in the city of Rancho Mirage in anticipation of the slurry seal to fix all those streets that will happen in the fall. Final contract cost is $192,000 on this project. Item number 3 on your consent calendar is the city treasurer's quarterly report. Item number 4 on consent are approval of contracts. And item number 5 are demands. We're here to answer any questions. Thank you very much.
Okay, are there any questions from council? Anyone from the audience? Okay.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar.
I second it.
Except item number 1. Are we continuing item number 1?
Yes,
Right.
to June 5th, please.
Yeah. I'll second the motion.
Okay, everyone vote. The motion carries 5-0. So at this time, I would like to move up the commission appointments schedule to accommodate some of the audience members, just in case they will need to leave early. So we will be taking a voice vote after each commission's appointments. And Cindy, would you like to present?
What item number is this?
This is 13. Cindy, would you like to present the staff report?
Yes, thank you. As is the process each year, advertisements and notices inviting applications were posted at City Hall and the library, published twice in the Desert Sun, and posted on the city website. The applications are on file in the city clerk's office and have been forwarded to the city council for consideration. All terms for currently seated commissioners are for 1 year and expire on June 1st, 2014. There is a maximum service limit of 4 consecutive terms. However, the city council may vote to waive any applicable term limits that would otherwise prohibit current commissioners from being reappointed. With the exception of the Architectural Review Board and the Emergency Preparedness Commission, each council member is afforded 1 nomination per commission. The Architectural Review Board consists of 8 members, 5 of which are nominated by the planning manager and 3 by the mayor, then confirmed by a vote of the city council. The Emergency Preparedness Commission consists of 15 members, so each council member has 3 nominations to offer. Any council member may offer a nomination to an at-large seat, except where expressly limited to mayoral nominations, such as in the case of the Emergency Preparedness Commission's technical advisor and medical advisor. At this time, council may make a motion to waive term limits if so desired. Once all nominations for a single commission have been offered, appointments will be affirmed by a majority vote of the council.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Please vote. And the motion carries 5-0. Okay, so now Cindy, you're going to go through all the commissions, and then we will take a voice vote at the end of each category.
Okay, if I could have each of the council members read off their appointees to each of the commissions, because I don't have all of them.
Okay.
If you could do that, that would be helpful. Do you all have this?
Yes.
Okay, that's the most up-to-date one that I have.
Okay. All right, would you like to start with the Architectural Review Board?
So the mayor has the first 3.
Right.
Right, then
So you're good with.
And they are all going to be, they all wish to be reappointed?
they do, yes.
Okay, so all in favor?
You want to
Say
state
aye.
the names of
You're going
them?
to read their names.
Okay. Their names are Dennis Freeman, Albert Kelly, David Priest, Ron Gregory, Tim Holt, William Carl Johnson, Charles Martin, Raymond C. Lopez.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed? Motion carries. Okay.
We have to have the
Would it be easier if I read the appointments and the council members
think it
can
would
tell me
be.
yes or no?
Okay.
Okay, then we'll move on to the Community Cultural Commission.
Okay.
And for Councilmember Townsend, I show Julie Childers.
Right.
Okay. And for Councilmember Hobart, I show Suzanne Matthews.
Correct.
For Councilmember Kite, Joyce Virtue.
Yes, thank you, Madam Clerk. Just want to make one comment on this appointment. Joyce Virtue is replacing Beverly Green, who served for 14 years on this commission since I was originally elected, and really appreciate all the time and effort she's put into this group.
Okay, for Councilmember Weil, I show Frank Farino.
Correct.
And Mayor Smartrich, I show Sally Trademan.
Correct.
Okay, and then who would be the 2 council members that will be representing on this commission?
That would be David Bryant from the library.
That would be the staff liaison.
Okay, but who will be the two council members on this?
Oh,
Not non-voting.
the non-voting. Okay. I
Oh,
will be
okay.
one of them.
On
And
which committee? Oh,
This is on the
one.
Cultural Commission. I will be one of them, and Richard will be the other.
Thank you. Okay, if you want to make your motion to approve this commission?
Yes. Okay, all approve, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The motion carries 5-0.
Okay, the next one is the Emergency Preparedness Commission, and I only have a few appointments on this particular one. Councilmember Townsend, do you have appointments? You have 3?
Not at this time.
No? Okay. Councilmember Hobart?
Yes, reappoint Dr. Kopeski and Roger Berry.
Thank you. Mayor Kite? Councilmember Kite? Oops.
I have 3 to appoint. 2 of them are continuing. Claudia Fawcett and Marcia Stein are the reappointees, and 1 new appointment, James McFarland.
Thank you. Okay, Councilmember Weil?
Not at this time.
Okay, did you have a reappointment? No, you did not. Okay. Mayor Smotrich? I
Yes.
show you have Virginia Luring.
Yes, and she will be reappointed.
Okay.
And then there will be 2 additional appointments that I will make at a future time.
Okay, thank you. Okay, then your medical advisor and technical advisor
Will
be the
remain
same?
Dr. David Tang.
Okay.
And
Okay.
Dr. David Dennis Maletti will continue as the technical advisor.
Thank you. Would you like to make a motion?
Approval.
Okay.
Second.
Second. Okay, all who are in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Next is the Historic Preservation Commission. And for Councilmember Townsend, I have Robert Berg.
That's correct.
And for Councilmember Hobart, I see reappointment of Carol Leibowitz.
Yes.
Okay. For Councilmember Kite, Robert Zafran.
That's correct.
And Councilmember Weil, do you have an appointment yet on this one?
Not at this time.
Okay. And Mayor Smotrich, I show reappointment of Thomas Ostwald.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. May I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second. Okay. All in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Next is the Housing Commission. And I show Councilmember Townsend appointing Paul Sybil.
That's correct.
Okay. Councilmember Hobart reappointing Thomas Weil.
Correct.
Okay. And Councilmember Kite, do you have an appointment at this time?
Not at this time, thank you.
And Councilmember Weil, I show you're reappointing Mark Bengston.
That's correct.
Okay. And Mayor Smotrich reappointing Alvin Fink.
That's correct.
Okay.
I also have 1 additional appointment, and that's a reappointment of Velma Coombs. And then 1 more appointment, which will be done at a future date.
Thank you.
Okay, so may I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, all opposed? Okay, motion carries 5-0.
Okay, the next one I show is the Library Advisory Commission. And Councilmember Townsend, I show your appointment as...
The Library Advisory Commission appointments are going to be tabled for right now.
Okay.
So we'll move on to...
That's not the one.
Oh, I'm sorry. This is the, it's the Library Foundation that's going to be, okay.
This is not tabled.
No, the Library Advisory Commission. Please go ahead, Cindy.
Okay. Councilmember Townsend, I show your appointee as M. Kirk Pickrell.
That's correct.
And Councilmember Hobart, are you reappointing Dorothy Lyons Burns?
Correct.
Okay. And Councilmember Kite, I show reappointment of Linda Bray.
That's correct.
Okay. And Councilmember Weil, reappointment of Dr. Carl R.V. Brown.
Correct.
And Mayor Smotrich, your appointment of Rissa?
Lisa Lumley.
Lisa Lumley. Okay,
She's a
thank
new
you.
appointee.
Okay.
Okay, may I have a motion to approve?
Motion.
So moved.
Okay. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, next we have Mobile Home Fair Practices Commission, and I show Councilmember Townsend's reappointment of David Gray.
Yes.
Thank you. And Councilmember Hobart, you are appointing Mark Stewart.
Correct.
Okay. Councilmember Kite, I show reappointment of Sam Spivak.
That's correct.
And Councilmember Weil, reappointment of Barry Lynn Freeby.
Correct.
Okay. And Mayor Smotrich, reappointment of Jason Agostini.
That's correct.
Okay.
And there's also 2 additional ones from the mayor, and one is Jerry Bloomquist, who will be reappointed, and the last position will be vacant and will be filled at another date.
Okay, thank you.
Move approval.
And a second?
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
Okay, the next one is Community Parks and Recreation. Councilmember Townsend, I show your appointment as Diane Rubin.
That's correct.
Okay, Councilmember Hobart, your reappointment of Paul D. Hagel. And Councilmember Kite, reappointment of Deborah Grindle.
Yes.
Councilmember Weil, reappointment of Deborah Sarlott.
Correct.
And Mayor Smotrich, reappointment of Judy Cohn.
That's correct.
Thank you.
May I have a motion for approval?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, the next one is the Planning Commission. Councilmember Townsend, I show your nominee as Larry Nichols.
That is correct.
Okay. Councilmember Hobart, your reappointment of Mike Adams.
Yes.
Okay. Councilmember Kite, your nominee would be Ann Winchester.
That's correct.
Councilmember Weil, reappointment of William Brodowski.
Correct.
And Mayor Smotrich, reappointment of Jeffrey Fader.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Can I have a motion to approve?
Madam Mayor, just have one comment. Ira Loffer, who is going off this year as commissioner, he also served for 14 years, and several times he was head of the Planning Commission. Did an excellent job, and the city wants to thank Ira for all the hard work he did.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
We sure do. Ira's been a great member of the Planning Commission, a great member of the community.
Yes, and we're very sorry to see him moving on. Thank you so much.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, next is the speaker series. And Councilmember Townsend, I show your nominee as Nick Procaccino.
That is correct.
Okay. Councilmember Hobart, I see your nominee as James Waddell.
Correct.
Councilmember Kite, your nominee is Lynn Moleto.
That's right.
Councilmember Weil, your nominee is Mel Haber.
Correct.
And Mayor Smotrich, your nominee is Ron Sharrow.
That's correct.
Okay. And Councilmember Hobart and Mayor Smotrich remain as the 2 representatives on the speaker series?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Okay. May I have a motion to approve?
I so move.
Second.
Okay. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, next is the Traffic Safety Commission. Councilmember Townsend, I show your nominee to be Don Smith.
That's correct.
And Councilmember Hobart, you are reappointing Robert Cromlin.
Correct.
Okay, Councilmember Kite, reappointing John Sanborn.
Yes.
Okay, and Councilmember Weil, reappointing Robert Buskas.
Correct.
And Mayor Smotrich reappointing Lawrence Johnson.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Okay, can I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, the next one is Community Trails. And let's see, Councilmember Townsend, I show you're reappointing Dr. Cameron McCune.
That is incorrect. I am appointing Eric Wright, W-R-I-G-H-T. Eric, E-R-I-C-K.
Thank you. Councilmember Hart, reappointment of Columba Quintero.
Correct.
Okay. Councilmember Kite, reappointing Carol Hawksbrun.
Yes.
Councilmember Weil, reappointing Jeffrey Morgan.
Correct.
And Mayor Smotrich, reappointing Dennis Constant.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Okay, may I have a motion to approve?
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries 5-0. So I believe the last one is the Library Foundation Board.
We're going to put this one off.
And that's-
I'd move
that
to
is-
table that for a moment.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you. All opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Just have one comment with the appointment of the new people on the various commissions. I'm really excited about a lot of the new people that have come forward to take the vacancies that were created over the last year. So I think we've got a great opportunity with a lot of very committed individuals for the commissions, and want to thank them all for coming forward and working with us. You're all very important to the city and the functioning of the city. So those of you who are here today, thank you very much for being there for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. And I would echo my thanks also. I know you all realize what an important role you play, and sometimes we don't thank you often enough, but you are certainly a great part of the city, and we thank you for every hour you put in and all your dedication. Thank you again. Okay, there was
Mayor
one last.
Smotrich, sorry to
Okay,
interrupt.
We have got
could
the
we-
outside agency.
Yes, did you want to continue that to the June 3rd meeting, or 5th?
No, we can do that now, I think.
Okay, I don't have a nominee. Do you-
Okay.
Do you have one?
The nominee is L.D. Bowles, B-O-W-L-E-S.
What was the first name?
L.D.
LD?
That's L.D. Yeah. Okay, so.
Is it male or female?
Male.
Oh, okay.
Okay. May I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
Okay. All approved, say aye.
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 All opposed? Your motion carries 5-0. Thank you. And thank you all for all your new appointments. And we'll move on to item number 6.
Madam Mayor, can we just go ahead and do number 14 while we're towards the back of the packet here?
Sure.
This has to do with the annual appointments of the city council members to the various city subcommittees. And this is really for informational purposes and receive and file. I haven't heard from any council people that would change the subcommittee or the outside group appointments. So this would be for receive and file information purposes only.
Okay. Thank you.
So noted.
In a second?
Thank you.
Second.
Okay. If everyone would vote.
Councilmember Townsend and Councilmember Kite and Councilmember Hobart. Could you try your votes again?
Which one?
This was just a receive and file, I think, so there's no motion
we-
necessary.
Okay.
Yeah, on the subcommittee.
It's on 14.
On the subcommittee.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, move that we receive and file the subcommittee list of delegates.
So we already have a second? Okay. Please vote.
Again?
Yes.
Again,
Again.
just in case Cindy didn't get it.
Thank you.
Okay, all set?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I think moving on to item number 6, this is something that's going to...
Wait, we also have the CVAG and other committees and boards on the next page on 14.
Okay. Okay. So can I have a motion to approve this various boards and committees, commissions, with the city council representation?
I would move that, as indicated on page 14.3, that the delegates and alternates, as so stated, be approved for the coming year.
Can we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, please vote. Okay, motion carries 5-0. Okay, so now I believe we're going to be moving on to item number 6, and that's something I believe Bruce Harry is going to be handling for us, and it is regarding the Landscaping and Lighting Maintenance District Levy of Assessments and Park Maintenance District Special Tax Levy for fiscal year 2014 and 2015.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is the time of year that the city's landscaping and lighting district, numbers 87-01, property assessments must be confirmed by the City Council. The landscaping lighting district provides the funding for the maintenance of the city's 27 miles of landscaped raised median islands and the maintenance of 5 special benefit landscape maintenance districts throughout the city, which include 5 parkway areas that the city maintains on behalf of developments who lack a homeowners association. In addition, the Park Maintenance District special tax must be confirmed by the City Council today and submitted to the Riverside County Tax Assessor for inclusion on the property owner's tax bill for the upcoming tax year. The citywide landscaping lighting district requires a public hearing be conducted to receive public input. The public hearing was set for today by the City Council at their April 17th meeting. Notice of the public hearing was provided as required by law. To date, staff has not received any written protests related to today's actions. Staff requests that the mayor open the public hearing at the conclusion of my staff report to receive any public testimony. Although a public hearing is not required for the Park Maintenance District special tax, staff recommends that the City Council accept any public input on this matter. On page 6.6-3 of my staff report, I included a chart summarizing the proposed annual property assessments for the citywide median islands, the 4 special benefit zones, and the park maintenance tax. The chart also identifies the 5 previous years' property assessments for comparison. The citywide median island assessment is remaining the same for this fiscal year at $26.42 per equivalent dwelling unit, which is not changed over the past 17 years. Special Benefit Zone A is increasing slightly from $141.66 to $196.22 per affected property as a result of increased maintenance costs. Special Benefit Zone B is increasing slightly from $361.92 to $420.92 per affected property as a result of the increased maintenance costs that are expected this next fiscal year. Special Benefit Zone C is increasing slightly from $61.88 to $63.76 per affected property as a result of increased maintenance costs. And Special Benefit Zone D is increasing slightly from $213.22 to $224.43 per affected property as a result of increased maintenance costs. The park maintenance tax is increasing slightly from $28.26 to $28.56 per EDU in compliance with the Consumer Price Index, which is permitted by the voters at the time the special tax was approved. Following consideration of all testimony and any written protests received by the conclusion of the public hearing and final review of the engineer's report, the City Council will determine if a majority protest exists and may then order amendments to the engineer's report as submitted. Following final approval of the engineer's report and confirmation of the assessments, the City Council may then order the levy and collection of the assessments for fiscal year 2014-2015. Staff recommends that the City Council adopt the 3 attached resolutions, items A, B, and C, and approve staff's recommendations for items D and E as identified under the staff recommendation and the staff report. I would like to acknowledge the help of 2 people in the audience today from Wildan Financial Services who assisted me in preparing the engineer's report. They also administer the program throughout the year, answer resident questions. They help apply the levy to the assessment roll. And with us today is Nadia Benali and Stacy Reynolds with Wildan and Associates. And I really want to thank them very much for all the years of service that they provide in getting this on the tax rolls without any delays every year. So thank you. The mayor may now open the public hearing, and at the conclusion of the public hearing, staff is available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bruce. Are there any comments or questions from council? Okay, seeing none. Are there any comments or questions from the audience? Okay, well, if I can have a motion.
No, I have a comment.
Oh, you have?
You should open the public hearing.
And then close it.
And then close it.
Okay, then public hearing is now closed as long as there are no comments or questions from the audience. Thank you. But there is a question from Ted.
Bruce, the increase for Tamarisk Estates from 141.66 to 196.22 is a 38% increase. That stands out to me. To a lesser extent, it's Mirage Estates that's going from 361.92 to 420.92, which is 16%. Those are the 2 highest. The 38%, you know, it doesn't fall into the category of being de minimis. I'd like your thoughts on that.
Sure, Councilman. The Zone A special benefit zone is one of the zones that we re-landscaped about a year ago, if you recall. We took out the turf and we put in drought-tolerant landscaping. At the time, we had some estimates from the contractor based on the drawings of what the maintenance would cost. We now have a full year's of maintenance costs for the district, and the estimate obviously was a little bit low. Some of this is due to the fact that the maintenance costs are a little bit higher than we anticipated, and we have had some increases in our water costs. Water is continuing to go up, and we've been using a little bit more water on keeping the trees and the plants alive due to some of the increased heat. But it was primarily mostly because we underestimated last year of what the maintenance costs were going to be, and that's the reflection of the increase. With regards to Zone B, Zone B is a group of it's only about 11 or 12 properties that are involved in that district. We maintain the entire parkway, the frontage of the development. Part of the increase is due to the reserve fund being basically eliminated last year due to some issues we had with palm trees. We had some lettering on the wall that needed to be replaced, so we basically exhausted the reserve fund, and the increase is necessary to build the reserve fund back up in case of emergencies.
On the Tamarisk Estates, the 38% increase, have you received any comments or heard anything, or has it just not been published long enough to get comments?
No, normally the residents are all very familiar with this process, and if there are any issues, we have had people in the past that have come and spoken in concern about the increases, but we've not received any complaints. This is it's not greater than what they have been paying in the past. As you can see, that we actually dropped the assessments of the last couple of years, but we're back up to what the rate was back in 2011 and 2012. So they're not paying any more than what they would have paid 3 years ago. So we're trying to keep these costs pretty level. We've not had any complaints or anything or concerns.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Okay. Can I have a motion for approval?
I so move.
Second?
Second.
We don't need to take each resolution separately.
Is the motion to adopt all 5 of the requests?
The A, B, C,
and the direction and the authorization?
Right, A, B, C, and D. D and E.
Item 6A.
just wanted to get it on the record.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody second it?
Did you get a
Somebody
motion?
second?
Who made the motion?
I made the motion.
Okay,
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Please vote. Motion carries 5-0. Okay. We move on to item number 7, and that is a consideration of designating the home located at 36-927 Palmview Road as a historic resource. And I believe Bud Kopp is going to be handling this.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This residence is owned by the Joyce Penn Trust and is located at 36927 Palmview Road, 1 block east of the Tamarisk Country Club. The home is located at the east end of a cluster of 16 single-family residences in Tamarisk Ranchos 1, which were built in 1958. The house was originally owned by Tamarisk Ranchos developer Lou Halper. The structure is freestanding and shares a cooperatively owned central park and swimming pool area. The rear elevation of all 16 residences face the meticulously maintained park and swimming pool area that includes vast lawns, trimmed hedges, and a grove of mature date palms. The residence has a low-profile pitched gabled roof consisting of 1,900 square feet an area. Stone accent walls and large expanses of glass view the common area. The home has exposed roof beams that project beneath the deep eaves. These combined factors make this particular residence uniquely qualified for designation as a historical resource under the criteria as described in the city's Historic Preservation Program. The Historic Preservation Commission toured the residence in September, and public hearing notices were mailed in November. The Historic Preservation Commission held a public hearing in December and recommended that the home be designated as a historic resource. The Commission considered the survey report prepared by Peter Maruzzi in conjunction with the original survey of potential historic resources, photographs, and other information relevant to determining whether the property qualified as a historic resource. The survey report notes that the cluster of residences was designed by the in-house architects for developer Lou Halper's Devon Construction Company, and the house appears in its original state and is in excellent condition. Currently, there are 13 homes in Tamarisk Rancho 1 that have been designated a historic resource by the City Council. This would be the 14th designation in Tamarisk Rancho 1 and the city's 53rd designation to date. The Historic Preservation Commission recommends that the City Council approve this designation of property located at 36927 Palmview Road as a historic resource pursuant to Rancho Mirage Municipal Code, Chapter 1527. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bud. Bud, maybe you can just go into a little bit of detail as to the advantages of having designated homes and if there is a tax benefit to the homeowner.
Mm-hmm.
And
Well, there are quite a few advantages. One advantage is the fact that by designating historic resources, it really helps the city of Rancho Mirage preserve our history, and we have a wonderful collection of mid-century modern architectural masterpieces throughout the community. The benefits to the homeowner would be the fact that once a property is designated as a historic resource, the property owner would qualify for what's called a Mills Act contract, which decreases their property taxes that they pay on the home. And the theory is that if they pay less in property taxes, they'll have more to put back into preserving the home as a historic resource.
okay. So if there's anyone out there that would like to have their home designated, and they could contact our city hall representative, Bud Kopp, and we could put it into action, and it's a great honor. And we thank everybody that is a part of this program, because as Bud said, it does preserve these beautiful homes that would otherwise be changed and not have the value to the historic preservation. Thank you. Are there any comments or questions by council?
I do have a question, Bud. Why is it that all of them are not designated? that whole complex? Why is it like one by one by one?
Well, that's a very good question. The commission tours each property. We contact the property owners to see, first of all, if they have an interest in having the home designated and participate in the program. Some of the homes over time have been altered. For example, they may have filled in a window with, say, a glass block window, which is not in character with the 50s style architecture. So they may have made some changes over the years. There's a great demand for owners to acquire these mid-century modern homes, and a lot of times they want to go back in and restore them to their original condition. This would be the 14th out of 16 homes in this cluster. We do have one other application for the 15th home in that cluster. It didn't meet the designation criteria when we toured that last September, but I do understand that the property owner is currently consulting with an architectural historian to make sure that that home will meet the criteria next time they tour. The last home in there was the caretaker's unit, which has been substantially altered since it was originally built in the late 1950s. I'm not sure if that one would be able to be designated, but one thing that the Historic Preservation Commission is considering is maybe a district designation there and bringing that to council for consideration at a later date.
Okay. Are there any public comments or questions? Seeing none, we will close public comments. And
I'd like to make a motion that the City Council adopt resolution next in order, approving the designation of the property located at 36-927 Palmview Road as a historic resource pursuant to Rancho Mirage Municipal Code, Chapter 15.27.
okay. And do we have a second? And then we'll hear from Richard.
I'll second it.
Okay. And Richard, did you have a comment?
Just a couple of comments, but first of all, I know a lot of these homes that declined designation go back a ways. I wonder, is there any follow-up on some of those to see if now they're considering designation? And the second thing, going forward, now that we have a number of homes being designated, we might consider doing a home tour on a yearly basis, maybe putting together 5 or 6 of these homes together. We, in the past, have had an architect speak at the library. Maybe it's time to start making some of these homes visible to the community and putting together some sort of a home tour. And maybe you could tie it to a charity who would benefit from whatever there might be.
Those are great comments. To address the latter comment, Councilman Kite, I am working, in fact, the Tamarisk Ranchos One Homeowners Association president did approach me just within the last couple weeks, and as a part of the next Palm Springs Modernism Week, in conjunction with our annual historic preservation event, their homeowners would like to open their community and their homes for a walking tour. So we'll be coordinating a tour of that, perhaps even additional historic homes that have been designated in the Tamarisk area.
Good.
And the first comment was related to?
Going back to some of the people who have declined designation.
Okay. Yeah, our original survey was done in 2005-06. We have completely gone through that list, and the people that have declined nomination, or if a property has sold and there's a new owner, our Planning Secretary Barbara Scarf has gone back and contacted all of those homeowners, and that's why we're going back and retouring some of them right now. So we have doubled back, gone through the list a second time. This was on a September tour of last year. We just completed a tour in March, and in fact, just earlier this week, the Historic Preservation Commission held a public hearing, and I'll be bringing 2 more recommended designations for your consideration in the coming months, and these are both William Kreisel homes in excellent condition.
Great. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Richard, and thank you so much, Bud, for your report. It's really very inspiring to see these homes being brought back to their original state and coming into the preservation program. Thank you for all your work. Okay, so we've had a motion and a second, so can I call for a vote? I did. Okay, is there anyone who would like to come forward for a public comment? Okay, seeing none, we'll close public comments, and we have a motion and a second, so maybe we could vote. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you. And now we'll move on to item number 8, and this is a consideration of the tentative track map 36698. And Jeremy
Gleim, our planning technician, this will be his first presentation in front of the City Council.
And please forgive me, I never know how to say your name.
Last name is Gleim.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Thank you for the introduction, City Manager Binder. This is, in fact, the first of what I hope to be many future presentations, so I'll get right to it.
Slow down and speak up.
You're doing great already.
So for your consideration is tentative track map, case number 36698. Subject property lies on the south side of La Paz Road, midway between Thompson Road and Los Reyes Drive. The property site is 3.67 acres in size and exists in the RL2 zoning district. The properties to the east, west, and south are also in the RL2 zoning district, and the properties to the north across La Paz Road are actually in the RM zone. Maximum density for the RL2 zone is 2 dwelling units per acre, and the project proposes to be 1.9 dwelling units per acre. This slide shows the general layout of the proposed project. You can see there are 7 residential lots and then 4 lettered lots for the private cul-de-sac, the common retention basin, and the landscaping along the project's frontage. This slide shows the size of the individual lots. Lot sizes for the RL2 zone, minimum requirement is 15,000 square feet. Lots in this development will range from 17,339 square feet to 19,763 square feet, with an average lot size of 18,181 square feet. This slide shows the proposed pad elevations for the project. You can see that the proposed elevations are slightly higher than that of the existing adjacent properties. The project was designed this way to mitigate a concern that was raised by the Public Works Department in regards to how water would escape the project in the event of catastrophic flood where water actually overflowed the retention basin. The natural slope of the land decreases from north to south across the project site. So by elevating the lots at the south end of the project, you create a situation where in the event of catastrophic flood, water would puddle in the cul-de-sac and eventually flow north and find its way out safely to La Paz Road, instead of endangering any of the future homes here. So with this design, all of the future homes would be safe, as well as the existing homes to the east and west. This is the landscape plan for the cul-de-sac. You can see that landscape efforts have been focused to the project's entry and frontage, and then also in the common retention basin. A desert landscape palette has been chosen for the project, and no turf is being proposed. This is just a blow-up of the proposed entry. 8 canopy trees line the project's frontage, and then you can see that the entryway has been upgraded with decorative interlocking pavers. And this is the final slide. It shows the streetscape as seen from La Paz Road. Again, you can see the interval of the canopy trees along the project street frontage. Low mounding is proposed along the street frontage to create a more natural look. The perimeter wall is to be constructed of natural gray precision block, which will be scored at 8-inch intervals, both vertically and horizontally. You will have aluminum open cell panels spaced at 30-foot intervals along the wall's length. and that same material will be used on the actual entry gates themselves. That does conclude my presentation. Happy to answer any questions, and the applicant is here if you have any questions of him. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Jeremy. Are there any questions or comments from the
I have a
council?
question.
Richard?
Jeremy, could you just briefly go back to your first slide there and review the adjacent properties?
Absolutely. So to the west, you have the Tamarisk Ridge development, and actually, if you go here, they're labeled. So Tamarisk Ridge to the west, there are existing single-family dwellings to the immediate east, 2 of them, and then beyond that, you have Irish Lane, which is a similar development to what is being proposed. It too had 7 lots on a very similar-sized piece of land. You have vacant property to the south and existing single-family homes to the north, which is the Tamarisk community.
The property to the south, what's the zoning on that?
Property to the south is
RL2?
Is in fact RL2, yes.
Okay. And that's the same zoning as the Tamarisk Ridge?
That's correct.
So basically, this is all RL2?
That's correct.
Okay. And the property adjacent on the east side, is that a single-family property?
There are 2 single-family dwellings to the immediate east, one of which is a flag lot that extends to the south, and one that fronts on La Paz Road.
And how would that property be impacted by this development?
Really, I guess the only thing would be just due to the elevated pad elevations. There is a difference of a little over a foot on the property, which would be at the south. And then the property that fronts on La Paz really wouldn't have any impact at all as far as that goes. It's pretty much on the same grade.
Okay, is there a wall between the proposed property and the one to the east, or is there shrubbery, or how's that separated there?
Yeah, there are existing walls on both the east and west extents of the property.
Okay. Thank you.
Could I ask Jeremy a question? Jeremy, in reading the staff report, there seems to be several issues contemplated with respect to the flow of water. And I note that they are raising the lots in the south, so the water will flow back toward La Paz Road. I'm a little bit concerned about the property owners on both sides, east and west. It would seem that it might be advisable to condition the project with providing notification to the owners of those other properties. I think there are 4 of them, 1 on the east and 3 on the west, to provide notice to them at some point when the land is being developed and raised, so that they can have an expert keep an eye on things so that the flow of water isn't dramatically changed so as to negatively impact either the west or east side. So they could have a word in there to get the discussion going, something along those lines.
Sure. I think the final solution that was agreed upon with the Public Works Department and the applicant, it works in that all of the water from all of the residential lots flows back to the center street, the new private street, and then in the event that the water would exceed the retention basin, it would flow back out to La Paz Road. But we can certainly add language to let them know what's going on.
Yeah, well, I'm sure that's what's expected, and that's what everybody hopes will happen. But water is a difficult thing to control sometimes.
Sure.
And I just think the owners on both sides should be alerted when that time comes so that they can either get some kind of expert assistance if they wish it, or some kind of an assurance from the developers.
Yeah, we can certainly add a condition to that effect.
So shall we add that later when we approve if we approve it?
Yeah, if you want to add a condition that says, prior to issuance of grading permits, the applicant shall notify adjacent property owners of the approved grading plans, you would include that in your motion.
And that it may impact water flow,
And
so that the specific issue is raised for them.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
I have a question. Are they all the same type of homes? Are they individual? Are they all modern, or what?
We haven't had a proposal for the actual architecture of the homes. It's my understanding that the applicant wishes to develop them as custom single-family homes, so each one could be different.
So in other words, they would sell the lots and then build the homes?
Correct.
The owner of the second home from La Paz going on the east side was here, and I don't know whether anybody wants to address any concerns they might have, but I was told that a representative of the person that owns that house may be here or have some questions.
Is there a representative here in the audience?
Well, there's an owner.
Okay, and if there's no other council questions? Okay.
No. Okay.
Okay, did you have a question that you had?
No, I don't. I just wanted to give the applicant a chance to speak should they have any questions.
Okay. All right. Is there anyone in the audience that has a question or a comment? Okay, well then, seeing none, we will close the public comments. And if someone would like to make a motion for approval?
I'll be glad to, particularly since I would like that condition in there. I move that the council adopt categorical exemption pursuant to the CEQA as the vacant site can be classified as infill development under section 15.332 class 2 because the parameter of the site has existing infrastructure to support development of the site with 7 residential lots, and approval of tentative tract map case number TTM 36698, subject to the conditions of approval and based on the findings and content of this staff report, plus with the additional condition regarding, Randy, how did you phrase that?
Prior to issuance of grading permits, the applicant shall notify adjacent property owners of the approved grading plans as it may impact water flow.
Thank you. That's the end of the motion.
Okay.
I'll second that.
I'll second the
I said class 32.
Okay. All right, you're satisfied with that?
Should we be adding another 32 in there? No. Oh, if I said 2, if I say class 2, I meant to say class 32.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Dana. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please vote. Okay. Motion carries 3-0. And if I could just... Yes, if I could just make a comment to Jeremy, just congratulate him. You did a wonderful job. And this is also obviously my first day in this seat, so I was going to ask you if you wanted to commiserate about any faux pas that you or I have happened, but as long as you did so well, we don't need to commiserate. Thank you so much. You did a lovely job. Okay, so moving forward to item number 9. And this is going to be from Bill Enos, and it's... the subject is the Monterey Avenue Widening Project, City Project number 10-254 between Dinah Shore Drive and Gerald Ford Drive, CEQA Review EA 140001. Thank you, Bill.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. This project is, again, a review of the consideration of the environmental assessment for the Monterey Widening Project. This project is between Dinah Shore and Gerald Ford, basically starting at Home Depot in the southbound direction. There's an exhibit shown. South of Home Depot down to the Versailles project. We're proposing to widen to 3 lanes. What's now existing is 2 lanes. Curb and gutter will be added, and there'll be width sufficient to provide a bike lane, and we're planning on paving the roadway with the asphalt rubber pavement that we use to reduce the sound generated from the traffic. There will be limited improvements at Dick Kelly Lane on our side. It's vacant, and at this time there is no proposal for theirs, so rather than guess and acquire additional right-of-way at a significant cost, we elected to minimize those improvements, so that'll be future, the Dick Kelly. And there also will be temporary drainage basins added at each property because we're channelizing the water and we need to deal with that. So those are fairly minor, but there will be some easements required and additional right-of-way required for that. The city required to retain the services of Terra Nova. John Christ is in the audience from Terra Nova, who is involved in doing the environmental assessment and studies on this project. There were several technical studies that included traffic analysis, air quality study, and environmental phase 1 environmental site assessment and cultural historic resources studies done, and a noise study also done for this project. This is in compliance with the state requirements for the CEQA initial study, which is attached to your staff report. Most of the studies indicated no impacts. In the cases where there possible significant impacts were identified, the environmental document proposed measures to mitigate these impacts to where they would not be significant. No public comments were received. This environmental statement, this initial study was made available to the public for review. No public comments were received. We did receive comments from Coachella Valley Water District and Imperial Irrigation District, and they were concerned about their existing facilities in the area. And we did respond to those comments, and the most of it was about their vaults and manholes and facilities, some in the roadway, some behind the curb. Those in the roadway will be protected in place and adjusted as needed. Behind the curb, there will be no impact. We will continue to further coordinate with these issues during the construction period, so we're sure that all their concerns will be addressed. Again, as I mentioned, John Christ is in the audience. He could answer any questions that I can't. But again, based on the various studies and the CEQA analysis, staff concludes that the subject roadway improvement project will not have a significant adverse impact on the environment, and staff recommends the adoption of the CEQA mitigated negative declaration. I'm here to answer any questions.
Thank you, Bill. Okay, do we have any questions from council?
I do. How long would this take?
Okay.
To do and
Charlie,
and
could
when
you
would it
repeat your
start?
question?
Huh?
Could you repeat your question?
Yes, how long would this take, the project, and when do they look to start it?
Project currently is in, it is a federal, we did receive a federal STP grant for this project, which means we have to go through not only the CEQA process, but the NEPA process. We expect approval, this will conclude the CEQA, however, the NEPA is still ongoing. We expect approval of that shortly. We're hoping in a few months. After we receive that, we have to acquire the right-of-way, and because of our construction season, we anticipate building this next summer. So it won't be this summer, but rather construction will occur next summer. And it'll probably be a 3 to 4 month long construction period during the summer months.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, Dana?
Bill, you said that they're going... You indicated, Bill, that the project eventually will have to secure the land, the right-of-way, on which these additional lane will be built. What's going to be the impact on the Versailles community?
There'll be no impact to Versailles. That'll actually be the join point. We'll join at Home Depot on the north, at Versailles on the south. We'll join. That's already been built to build out.
They've already got their lanes?
They already have their 3 lanes. We'll just join to their improvements. There will be no impact to Versailles.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bill. No other questions on council? Any questions from the audience? Seeing none, audience comments are now closed. And could we get a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion. City Council adopt PA 140. Sorry, I'll repeat that. I'll make a motion that the City Council adopt EA 14001.
Okay, is there a second?
The mitigated negative declaration of impacts for the project.
Right.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please vote. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you. And now we'll move on to item number 10. And I believe we again have Bud Kopp coming up to fill us in on some items regarding this project.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I kind of feel like a kangaroo getting up and down out of the seat this afternoon.
It's like musical chairs.
Yeah. Excuse me. Okay, page 1. Okay. On April 17th, the City Council conducted a public hearing to consider tentative tract map, preliminary development plan, and an environmental assessment associated with the development of Rancho Bella. The proposed 122-lot development is located south of the new Rancho Mirage High School, west of Rattler Road, and north of Ramon in a high-density residential zone. Following staff's presentation last month, the public hearing was opened, and the applicant, along with one member of the public, spoke in favor of the project. During council comments, several issues were raised. It was pointed out by former Mayor Kite that there was a discrepancy between the previous staff report and the original exhibit booklet regarding the home sizes. The discrepancy between the two documents had to do with the third-car garages. I've included in your staff report agenda packages the correct square footage of each floor plan and the total square footage used for lot calculations. The question of phasing also came up during the discussion last month. For clarification, this will not be a phased project. However, each individual home will be constructed as they're sold, which is similar to other production unit communities in the city, such as Estilo and Escala. During the meeting, it was also stated that this project had been going back and forth for about 18 months. In reviewing the project file, the city application for this project was submitted on November 19th, which is less than 6 months ago. However, as with many projects in the city, staff answered questions, conducted pre-application reviews as early as the first quarter of 2013 with this particular applicant. Early in the design process, the initial plan proposed a series of cul-de-sacs which failed to meet the fire department distance or secondary access requirements, and the tentative map and site plan were redesigned accordingly to comply with fire regulations. When the plan was brought before the council subcommittee, consisting of then Mayor Kite and Councilman Weil, the subcommittee's comments resulted in further redesign of the project, and following that redesign, the city application was submitted, staff completed the environmental assessment, and shepherded the project through Architectural Review Board and Planning Commission between December and March of this year. Following council discussion at our meeting last month, the city attorney summarized the concerns expressed by the council, and the city council referred the project back to planning staff for further direction from the subcommittee to address 5 key concerns. The first was adding a safe and adequate egress point on Ramon Road for routine and emergency needs of residents. The second was to extend the Spine Road the width of the project, eliminating 3 lots, and to provide a focal point at the end of the Spine Road. The third key issue was to include decorative pavers along the Spine Road at each intersection. The fourth was to include more amenities within the common areas, and then the fifth key issue was enhance the open space around the Rattler Road entry by eliminating lots 7 and 120. Based on the council's direction, staff redlined the applicant's proposed site plan and held a subcommittee meeting on April 22nd. The subcommittee agreed that the changes addressed the council's concerns and made a much better project. Staff then met with the applicant on April 23rd to review the changes endorsed by the subcommittee, and the applicant's revised exhibit booklet reflects those changes recommended by the subcommittee. The revised plan includes a total of 119 lots for an overall project density of 3.25 dwelling units per acre. Although up to 9 dwelling units an acre are permitted on this site, the proposed 3.25 dwelling units per acre continues a consistent and compatible neighborhood pattern of medium-density residential, similar to the zoning of Mira Vista to the south, Tuscany to the north, and the RM zoning in the city sphere of influence to the east. It's also consistent with the general plan goal to preserve and enhance the predominant low-density, high-quality residential character of the city. Rancho Bella also provides over 2 acres of usable common open space for recreational purposes, and a matrix is included in your staff report identifying the sizes of all proposed common lots. The subcommittee concurred that the key concerns raised by the City Council on April 17th were addressed in the revision, and the following series of slides that I'm about ready to show you shows how the applicant met the revisions as recommended by the subcommittee. This slide shows the upgraded entry on Rattler Road. While the motion made by the City Council on April 17th was to eliminate 2 of the lots, in particular Lot 7 and 120 at the project entry, upon further discussion, the subcommittee determined that it would be acceptable if the applicant provided 2 75-foot wide lots instead of the 2 85-foot wide lots at the entry. As shown, this would increase the open space along Rattler Road another 20 feet in depth compared to the original plan. So the total depth of the entry landscaping is now over 50 feet from the curb on Rattler to the perimeter wall. The area will be intensively landscaped and includes limestone theme column elements. The subcommittee gave further direction that a deceleration lane should be provided into the project southbound on Rattler Road. The applicant has incorporated this feature as well. When the project was brought before the Planning Commission originally, the Commission felt that additional stacking should be provided at the main entry to reduce potential congestion during peak hours. As a result, the Commission recommended adding Condition 14D to the tentative map and Condition 17C to the PDP. This design shows the gates have been moved towards the west, and the stacking area between the keypad intercom and the flow line accommodates at least 7 or 8 vehicles. There's also a bypass lane for residents with transponders to enter the gate without waiting in the queue. Consistent with the City Council and Subcommittee's direction, the applicant eliminated lots 56 and 69 and extended the spine road the full width of the project. Because of the curvilinear nature of that street, the width of the landscaped area along the main street will vary and create depth and interest within the streetscape. Street trees, as you can see on the cross-section on the screen here, street trees consist of 36-inch box, multi-trunk sweet acacia planted for shade, and clusters of hybrid palm trees will also provide vertical grandeur to the main entry street. Included within the parkway also, a new feature is a colored concrete sidewalk on the north side of the main street. This sidewalk connects the Rancho Bella Pocket Park on the west end of the site to the main pedestrian entry gate on Rattler Road. And there's a sidewalk also located adjacent to lots 119 and 114 that connect the central spine sidewalk to the 1-acre neighborhood park situated in the northeast corner. Landscaping goal number 1 in the city's community design element of the general plan states that residential neighborhoods shall provide distinctive and characteristic design elements along public rights-of-way and within projects to create recognizable sense of place. In furtherance of this goal, Rancho Bella provides limestone-clad columns at the corner of Rattler and Ramon Roads at the Main Street entry, and also within the development on the shade structure at the end of the Main Street as a focal point. And on the screen, you can see the shade structure that would be located at the end of the Main Street. Each street within the development will be planted with shade trees, with the largest being situated along the Main Street. The landscape plan is consistent with the General Plan Landscaping Policy 1A, requiring use of regionally appropriate plant materials. These thumbnails illustrate various amenities within the project. In the upper left, you can see the enhanced landscaping and theme element at the corner of Rattler Road and Ramon Road. The upper right shows enhanced intersection detail along the main street, consisting of interlocking pavers with concrete bands. Also shown is the rhythm of acacia trees with clusters of hybrid palms and a 4-foot wide colored concrete meandering sidewalk. These design details implement the General Plan Landscaping Program 1C, whereby parkways achieve an interesting rhythm of placement of trees and plant materials. Other streetscape amenities along the main street include interlocking pavers at the mailbox pullout area and enhanced landscape lighting on the multi-trunk acacia trees to give them a dramatic nighttime lighting effect. As originally designed, the applicant's intent was to provide a small mailbox cluster at each traffic calming device throughout the neighborhood as a thoughtfully placed amenity, and the traffic calming is shown on the lower right side of the screen. However, in consultation with the U.S. Postal Service, one central location was recommended just inside the gate, as shown on the plans. A condition was recommended by the Planning Commission that would direct staff to work with the applicant and the U.S. Postal Service to relocate the post office boxes away from the main entry and preferably disperse the boxes throughout the neighborhood as originally intended. This slide shows the new Rancho Bella Pocket Park, which was not shown in the original. This was created by eliminating lot number 86. It's at the very end of the Spine Road, and the Pocket Park serves as a green focal point at the end of the main street. The architectural shade structure continues the limestone-clad theme material and also serves as a gateway to the park. The structure is large enough to accommodate benches overlooking the lawn area where neighborhood games of badminton, frisbee, and croquet could occur. A shaded bocce ball court is also provided on the north side of the park, along with several benches set among decorative pavers, canopy trees, accent palms, and landscape lighting. Because the front yards of Rancho Bella consist of water-efficient landscaping in furtherance of our general plan conservation goals, the only turf visible from the interior streets will be within these recreational areas for common use. Of course, turf may be provided in rear yards if that's the homeowner's desire. A small dog park is located at the southwest corner of the development. This dog park has a wrought iron surround, with the exception of the west side along the future commercial property, which would be split-face block in a wheat color, consistent with the perimeter wall design for the tract. The dog park consists of decomposed granite around the perimeter of the walking trail and turf in the center of the walking trail. Benches are set among decorative pavers, and shade trees also complete the park. The 1-acre storm drain retention basin doubles as the neighborhood park in the northeast corner of the development. The grade of the 36-acre project site decreases towards the northeast, with the steepest drop on the northeast quarter of the property. The Public Works Department agrees that this is the most desirable place for the required stormwater retention basin. Although an alternative solution could be to provide a smaller storm drain retention basin enclosure strictly to accommodate a stormwater basin at this location and provide a more centrally located park, a smaller basin at this particular location would require a steep slope with perimeter block walls. The walled-off retention basin being adjacent to the school and Rattler Road may create a safety and nuisance situation for the city, school, and adjacent homeowners. So in reviewing this very carefully with the developer has chosen to substantially increase the size of this retention basin area, provide the gradual slopes and amenities in the area, connect the park with a series of paved sidewalks and DG walking paths. The park/retention basin at this location eliminates the concern about a walled-off nuisance area, and it also accommodates a decorative wrought iron fence along Rattler Road, which becomes an attractive window into this community. Staff's also of the opinion that it's preferable to provide an enlarged multi-use retention basin compared to a single-purpose walled-off basin and proportionally smaller park in a central location along the busier main entry street. A sidewalk connects the park to the main street and other amenities located within Rancho Bella. The park is connected to each street along the north side of the property with a decomposed granite walking trail set in water-efficient landscaping that also doubles as an enhanced buffer between the school and the nearest homes. As shown on the slide on the screen, the perimeter of the park has numerous shade trees, colorful shrubs, a ground cover with decomposed granite walking trail around the top of the slope, and decorative pavers with benches are thoughtfully placed adjacent to the walking trail and overlook the turf area at the bottom of the retention basin. The turf area is large enough for neighborhood children to play games of soccer, frisbee, and other field types of sports. Gazebo and a tot lot overlook the play area and allows adults to keep an eye on smaller children while also observing activities in the larger play area. This slide illustrates the hardscape upgrades, including the smooth limestone veneer for the theme columns and shade structure, coarse limestone for the perimeter wall pilasters, split-face block used along the perimeter walls, and the interlocking pavers. Mailbox clusters will be an upgraded design in bronze metal. This slide provides an overview of the Ramon Road landscaping plan with emergency access and resident egress as requested by the City Council and Subcommittee. Although the applicant has already increased the depth of the gated entry off Rattler Road at the recommendation of the Planning Commission, last month the City Council had the additional concern that in the event of a major emergency or catastrophic event, that a single point of access on Rattler Road and the previously proposed secondary emergency access on Ramon was inadequate. The council gave direction that a secondary emergency access point on Ramon should also permit residents to safely exit Rancho Bella. Because the circulation element of the general plan classifies Ramon Road as a major arterial, careful consideration had to be given to Goal 1 Policy 4 in our general plan, which states that access points and intersections along arterials, such as Ramon Road, should be limited in order to preserve mid-block and intersection capacities to maintain public safety. The traffic study has been appended and confirms that the new resident exit, emergency exit point on Ramon Road can be accommodated in a safe and efficient manner. A memorandum is included in your agenda package to this effect, and the city engineer concurs with the study. Because this aspect of the plan has been modified, staff recommends adding finding number 10 for the tentative map and H in the PDP for CEQA purposes. This slide shows the details of the newly designed secondary emergency access point and exit for residents on Ramon Road. The resident exit emergency access point provides upgraded pavers, solid decorative gate, an upgraded landscaping on both sides of the perimeter wall, and as conditioned, a signage and striping plan will mitigate traffic maneuvers at this gated exit. Also, which it's not shown on this illustration, but it is included on the large color site plan in your agenda packets, pedestrian gate is conditioned at this location to allow residents easy access to the planned future commercial shopping center to the west of the site and to the architecturally upgraded bus shelter on Ramon Road, which is also a part of this project. To summarize a couple other things in your exhibit booklet, page 12 provides a lot overview and mix of the various floor plans. As revised in this booklet, there's a total of 119 single-family residences, and as contained in your original exhibit booklet as you reviewed on April 17th, there's a total of 5 different floor plans with 3 elevations each and a variety of colors and materials proposed. Pages 13 through 16 in the revised exhibit booklet shows the lot summary for the development plan. The 109, as proposed with 119 lots, there are 3.25 dwelling units per acre, well under the maximum of 9 units permitted in this zone. All lots have less than 35% lot coverage, which is the maximum permitted. Over 92% of the homes have 3-car garages, and all homes have architecturally integrated covered patios. The minimum lot size in this zone is 7,000 square feet, but this development provides lots ranging in size from 8,300 to over 12,000 square feet. The resulting tentative map, as shown on the screen, has been redrafted to comply with all of the modifications I've described up to this point in the staff report. And in summary, at the direction of the City Council last month, this project was referred back to the Planning Department to work with the Council Subcommittee and address several key issues. We met with the subcommittee and redlined the applicant's site plan, and then we met with the applicant, discussed the subcommittee's direction, and the applicant diligently moved forward to correct the deficiencies in the plan. The revised plan for your consideration furthers many of the goals and policies contained in the city's general plan. The development's 3.25 dwelling units per acre, contains over 2 acres of common recreational space, and the lots are 20 to 80% above the minimum size required for this zone. Thoughtful design details include theme limestone veneer materials and elements along Ramon Road, Rattler Road, and also at the end of the park at the end of the Main Street in the Gateway Park. The Main Street is enhanced with intersection pavers, colored concrete sidewalk, shade trees, and accent lighting. The retention basin amenities include a large field area, walking trails, colorful landscaping, gazebo, and children's play equipment. Other DG walking trails connect streets along the north end of the property. A dog park is provided at the southwest corner, and a pocket park is located at the end of the Main Street, accommodating bocce ball, a turf area, and a shade structure. As directed, a secondary emergency access and resident exit has been provided on Ramon Road. A pedestrian gate will be added at that location to facilitate access to the architectural bus stop and future shopping center to the west. The project entry has been deepened to over 50 feet and provides a generous amount of landscaping with theme elements, and a deceleration lane was added on Rattler Road. The subcommittee endorsed these proposed changes to the plan and felt that the modifications made for a much better project, and based on the revisions contained in the exhibit booklet, the conditions as amended, and the content and findings in the staff report, staff recommends approval of Rancho Bella as revised. We'd be happy to answer questions. Thank you.
Are there any questions from council members?
A few. But on page 10-2 of the staff report, it mentions that the question of phasing came up during the discussion, and it said no information relating to phasing was provided by the applicant, and this project will not be a phased project. However, each individual home will be constructed as they are sold. That in and of itself is a phasing of some sort. If they're going to be prepared, sold one at a time, do we have some idea of what will be finished within this project at the time the first home is sold? In other words, with respect, what roads will be in, what landscaping will be in, the walls, that sort of thing. Do we have any guidelines on that?
All of the proposed infrastructure will need to be in place prior to occupancy of the first home.
Of the first home. So everything we've been talking about will be there. Okay, that's great. My own view of this project remains, to some extent, I think it's been improved significantly, and I think it's getting close to something that could be easily adopted. But I still see too much of a mass of homes all around it with nothing dividing it. And what I would like to suggest is a condition that eliminates lots 38, 39, 40, and 41, that they be deleted and in their place an open space park-like setting be designed containing shade trees, walking, jogging paths, pedestrian furniture, perhaps 2 pickleball courts or such other amenity as staff may approve, and several parking spaces. The lots number 38, 39, 40, and 41. That's roughly the size of that retention basin up in the northeast section, but I don't see any point in taking the retention basin from there and turning the center of this project into a retention basin type of an amenity. I think that having something in the center there that people can walk to and gravitate toward, and maybe pickleball courts, but maybe just something else that would occupy people's interests. I think that should go there. I'm not changing the subject slightly now, going to that dog park down at the other end. I'm not able to visualize how big or small you might describe a dog park that has 5,800 square feet, but obviously it's not very big. But I guess that's okay too, because each house has a backyard and people can walk their dogs outside of their houses or leave them inside. So I'm okay with that, although it seems awfully small. Small dogs, yes. Rich has got Chihuahuas only. Maybe we could limit it to that. I would like to suggest as another condition that the retention basin at the northeast corner be created in a park-like manner with sitting and walking areas throughout, subject to staff's approval. And one final addition, that the applicant shall include a 4-foot wide meandering sidewalk on the north side of the spine road. I think there's one on the south side.
There's just one on the north side right now.
Oh, then on the opposite side, then the south side is what I'm talking about, because I did see that there was only one. I think that it's good to have a walk path on both sides of the street. Those are suggestions I have. The only one that seems to be of any significance is putting something in the center of this project that kind of brings people and the project together. And I think that by eliminating those 4 lots and putting a park and maybe pickleball courts, or we've already got bocce ball down at the other end, which I like. I think that's good. I don't know how many Italians are going to be living there, but if there's just 2, they can teach everybody else how to play bocce ball, which is a fun game or sport. So those are some thoughts that I have that I would like to, in the end, I'd like to submit as conditions.
I have a question. On the Ramon emergency gate, is that closed, or is it an electric gate that people can go in and out of on a daily basis?
It would be a solid gate, and it would only be for resident exit purposes. There would be no entry off of Ramon.
Thank you.
But in regard to that question, it's noted on the plan as emergency entrance ingress. Are you proposing that same entrance could be used as a way to get into the project?
Yes, right. The way that it's designed, it satisfies emergency ingress, egress for fire, ambulance, any sort of emergency purposes. Also at the direction of council, we had this designed so that residents can safely exit the project at any time. They can exit the project at that location. But if there is an emergency that happens at the main entry, residents could use it as an access point to gain access in the event of an emergency.
In one of our discussions, we discussed the traffic flow on Ramon and decided not to make it an access point going in because of the potential traffic backup, and that anybody coming west on Ramon could make a turn at Rattler and go into the project that direction. I'm just concerned about trying to get people in there, and if you say it's emergency only and for emergency vehicles only, then I'm okay with that, but I just don't want to see cars using it as a regular entrance, and whether they think it's an emergency or not, if they've got access to get in there, they might try.
For entry, it's emergency only. Exit
only.
Exit is for residents only.
Right,
yes.
okay.
And they would know that. They would be informed specifically, and there'd be signs or whatever.
And they'd have transponders to exit there, yes.
Is it a 2-gate system?
No.
Or 1 gate?
How would you like it designed? It would be designed to meet, first of all, fire department requirements with the Knox box so that you would be able to access it. In all likelihood, it would be 2.
It would be 2 gates?
Yes, in all likelihood, it would be 2.
Okay.
Just a couple of other comments. In general, Ted and I met, of course, and discussed some of the revisions, and then they've gone to the developer. I think the developer's done a great job in trying to utilize some of these questions that we had and making some changes. I especially like the streetscape, the main entrance coming in. I like the idea of all the trees on the main street and the pavers, and maybe if we can do something with the more trees and more openness, we don't have to eliminate the 4 lots in the middle of the project. That's one thought. Obviously, a project, something in the center is, I think, it adds something to the property. But certainly, I think the streetscape really adds to it. The other thing, I think that the increase in the retention basin is a real plus. I know it would be really difficult to move the retention basin into the center of the property because of the slope of the property, and we'd be building retention walls at the easterly edge. So I think the retention basin enlarging, the dog park, I think, is certainly okay. Dana's right, all these people have front and backyards, and they could certainly use those in the event that they needed to walk their animals. I think the Rattler Road change is very appropriate, gives a bigger look as people come into the property, and I think that certainly is a plus. Overall, I think the project is really good. I think it fits the development, or it fits the area really well. We've got the high school on one side. This is not high density. It's kind of like the Tuscany development on the other side, and I think it fits in perfect. We just got to make sure that it's economically feasible for the developer to now reduce the number of lots, and still being able to provide a good project for whatever his investment is. I think he's done a great job, and Ted, I don't know if you have any comments on that, but I think we pretty much told the developer what we thought would be a good change, and they changed it.
Oh, I agree with that. One of the concerns that I have is, the discussion regarding the phasing you brought up, Dana. That, Bud, you said it's going to be basically sold or built as sold on a custom basis. Or not necessarily a custom, but they will be built as each one is sold. And my concern is that, number one, I don't know what the sales pattern will be. Will it be in one particular section? Will someone come in and be able to choose their lot and build anywhere they want? The concern is that, you start hopscotching all over. And you have one house at the front, one house at the back, one in the middle, and it's a very empty subdivision. And if for any reason it's unsuccessful, it looks like an abandoned subdivision. Normally on these things, they're clustered in one area until that area is developed, and then they move on. So I don't know what the marketing pattern is, but the thought of it being spread out individually is not good.
Certainly. Now, when I mentioned that it's going to be done in single phase, I'm talking about all the infrastructure, the sewer, water, streets, curbs, gutters, sidewalks, landscaping, things like that. As you may recall, you may recall Escala and the two recent Toll Brothers projects that are being constructed right now. Estilo, I believe, has 38 lots, and they build each individual home as they're sold. We would still expect all the streets, curb gutter infrastructure to be installed, and I can certainly understand your concern about the hopscotch development. We could certainly add a condition that, like a minor phasing plan, be established so that that construction would occur in sections rather than over the whole development at the same time, even though all the infrastructure would be in place.
Right.
Do you know if that is the plan of the developer? Is he
Like I said, when we accept applications in the planning division, one of the questions on the application is this a phased project? Because if it is phased, we need to look at it from a phasing perspective and condition it. These are the things that we expect in phase 1. These are the things in phase 2. If the applicant does not say that it's phasing, we expect all of the improvements to be done as a part of the one phase. And then as far as building homes, we can if you'd like to add a condition, we can certainly work with the developer and maybe establish some reasonable minor phasing boundaries where the initial home construction may be on the northeast quarter and then it moves to the southeast or southwest quarter, this kind of thing.
Well, I think it would be wise. We don't want to, handcuff the developer and limit his marketing. On the other hand, you always think about if it's not successful, you don't want to be left with a vacant subdivision. So if there can be something more specific, I think it would be beneficial.
I can certainly work on a condition if the council would like to include one.
But do we know how many model homes there are going to be?
Well, there are 5 different floor plans, so my understanding is there would be up to 5. There would be 5 models.
Okay.
And the models would be the applicant is proposing them on the cul-de-sac that's near the retention basin.
Okay.
Near the retention basin on the northeast corner of the property.
Yeah.
The cul-de-sac that's circled.
Okay.
Well, that's good. I mean, that's close to the front gate and all.
Is a representative here for the development?
Yes, yes, they are.
Okay. We're going to open the hearing now for the developer. And any questions? Can you please state your name before we...
Yeah, Scott Oldham with Pelagic Real Estate. Good afternoon. Thanks for seeing me again, Honorable Mayor, Councilman. I know the phasing, came up. We plan on developing the entire property, putting all the streets in, and then kind of quadrant, developing. So we're not building a home next to somebody who's moved in. That would be bad, for marketing. So, from a phasing standpoint, we're going to kind of build it as, street or quadrant by quadrant as we go through.
How many units at a time?
I don't know that we've perfected that, but probably 10, to 20, I would say, as we go through and build out each street.
How do you relate that with the staff report? It says, however, each individual home will be constructed as they are sold.
Well, we'll build a phase of 10, say, and as they get sold, then we'll start the next phase and kind of so on through the development.
So it is phase. It'll be a phase of some sort.
Well, I think the phasing refers to the land development portion, if I'm not mistaken, and not the actual home building portion.
I'm referring to it as the construction phase. I don't know. Is there some limitation to the word phasing in the real property business?
When I use the term phasing, I'm referring to developing the entire 36 acres with all infrastructure at the same time. I'm not referring to building the individual homes.
Okay.
Okay. So it's not going to be built section by section?
Yeah.
Not the streets and the grading, those kind of things. Right. Those will be done at once, and then the homes will be built.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Any other comments?
I'd like to. I feel pretty strongly about that center. You've got this entire project, as I see it. Could we have that up again, please, Sarah? This entire project has nothing in it in the form of an amenity except at some of the edges. I cannot think offhand of a single development in Rancho Mirage that is not broken up with green zones of one sort or another, swimming pools, tennis courts, forget the golf courses. I can't think of any project in the city, and to me, Rancho Mirage is not a city that has four walls, nothing but crammed houses in between. And these houses are crammed compared to other areas in the city where we have either the medium density zoning, the zoning area that you're in. This was at one point in time, as you know, going to be a single building with, or a couple of single buildings, I've lost track, but apartments for the most part. And I've always visualized the 9 dwelling units to the acre zoning as being apartments, we're not talking houses there. I'd like you to tell me yes or no. Do you think that you can't make a profit on this project, a good profit, a healthy profit, if you had to give up those 4 lots and put some sort of a central amenity, such as I outlined earlier, park-like setting, maybe some pickleball courts, 1 or 2, that sort of thing?
As it comes to the profit, I'd really rather talk about some of the positives of the plan or the things that we did add.
Well, I know that. Wait a second. It's my turn to ask a question.
Okay.
And I'd rather ask what I asked. I'd like you to answer what I asked.
I think that I actually think that if we wanted to take some of the parks that were on the outside and move them to the center.
No. In addition to what you have on the outside, some of the parks on the outside, you got 5,000 square feet for a dog park. Outside the gate, as it looks to me, maybe I'm wrong on that. You've got a bocce ball court that is, I'm not sure how big that was. And that's all you have. You have a reservoir.
Well, we have a dog park and we have a gazebo and a tot lot and an awesome spine street that goes through that has canopy trees and a sidewalk to connect them all.
Okay.
Lots of private open space in the backyards, which is what your residents actually want when they buy a house here.
Okay, well, in my view, you're agreeing with what I'm saying. You don't have anything in the middle of this project that, other than just a mass of houses, and maybe you can tell me, is there another development in Rancho Mirage you can think of that has got so many houses massed in such roughly the same amount of space as this one? I don't think you can.
Tuscany?
Huh?
I think Tuscany to the north is actually more dense than this project.
Well, Tuscany stands by itself as one of the city's earlier decisions.
Okay.
But Tuscany stands alone. And I don't know, do they not? I've never gone through all of Tuscany. I can't say whether they have anything in the middle of it or anything.
Tuscany has a large roundabout right in the middle, as well as a common area community swimming pool.
Which again illustrates the point I'm making. I mean, your project can be a nice project, but it has to meet Rancho Mirage standards. And it's not just houses. That's not our standards. It's a way of life. It's enough elbow room to make people happy they live where they live. And this doesn't add a lot, what I'm suggesting, but it does add something, a place for people to walk to the center, meet other people.
I mean, when we heard, on the 17th, when we heard the comments, and I think we've incorporated all of those comments into our plan, we did go back and look at park requirements, in the city. And I don't really, maybe Bud can help me, but I don't know if there really is a ratio or a formula for park requirements. So then we went to the State Quimby Act. And in the State Quimby Act, they require 3 to 5 acres per 1,000 people. And that would, actually, if we went with the 5 acres per 1,000 people, we would be at 1.5 acres of park that we would be required by the state. Our project actually has 2.1 acres of park. So we're 30% over what the state would require. In addition, we're paying about $270,000 in impact fees for park requirements. So when we went back and looked at it, we felt like we were over, we had a Rancho Mirage standard of park, not a California standard, plus we were also paying a fee, and we were happy with that.
I don't think you've met the Rancho Mirage standard, or even close to it, frankly. But in the California standards, or minimum standards, and that doesn't mean anything to us. Rancho Mirage is not built on those standards. Okay, well, I want you to know that I at least will be submitting that as a potential condition, whether or not somebody else agrees with it. Let me ask you with respect to a phasing plan. I had prepared a statement along the following lines, and I don't know if you would listen to this, Bud, to see if this is something that you can modify to make it work to suit this development. Developer shall submit to staff's approval a complete phasing plan to be approved by Public Works and Planning staff. The phasing plan shall include the number of lots and homes per phase and a proposal for installation of streets and all interior and exterior active and passive common area amenities to be constructed by phase. After approval, the applicant may amend the phasing plan in accordance with the minor modification process pursuant to Title 17 of the Rancho Mirage Municipal Code. Is that something that gives you, in the planning department, any way of keeping track of what's going on and when it's going on, where it's going on?
That sounds great. Can I get a copy of what you wrote so I could put it as a condition?
Yeah, that's fine with us as well.
But that would still require that all the all the infrastructure be put in for the entire project.
At the same time, correct.
Yeah, right.
But in regard to Dana's question about the park on the interior, what if we consolidated the dog park, the other small park, and the retention basin? It took some property from each one of those so that we could add those lots, maybe 2 lots back in to what they had planned, but still give us some sort of a central core park. Maybe it's not 4, but maybe it's 2 lots or 3, but it would give us something there, and we could take from that open space on the other areas.
Yeah, there's 2 issues. One is the current location of the park/retention basin. We really have to have a retention basin located there. It doesn't have to be a park, but we have to have the retention basin there because that's the low spot in the property. And also, for example, if you had a retention basin more towards the middle of the property and it overflowed, it would just flow onto all the streets in the residential neighborhood. So the retention basin really does need to be in the northeast corner because if it overflows, it can go out into Rattler Road and the desert from there.
Does it need to be that size?
No. The retention basin has been enlarged at this location to provide 4 additional recreational opportunities. Since it is the logical location for the storm drain basin, they made it larger to double as a recreational amenity. Now, you could do a smaller retention basin that has the steeper walls that's just walled off. And one of the things that we talked with the developer about that, we have a concern that if it's just a walled off retention basin, people may go in there and it may be a nuisance. So it is a good idea to have it as a park/retention basin. There might be a possibility that the developer might be able to still provide a retention basin or a small park at that location and pick up an extra lot over in that area or 2 perhaps. So you could pick up maybe a lot or 2 on the northeast corner and provide a retention basin there, and then provide the park as suggested more towards the center. Now, also another thing to keep in mind is that the main spine street is going to be the busiest road in the development, and for visual purposes, a park along that road makes a lot of sense. But also, I'm not sure I'd encourage a tot lot and things like that adjacent to the main road. I'd still encourage a tot lot more in a corner of the property where there's less traffic. So the answer would be yes, you can provide a retention basin in the northeast corner, and yes, you can provide a park in the middle, and you should be able to at least pick up 1 lot, perhaps 2.
How many acres is this project?
36. 36 acres.
76?
36.
36. I suspect that there is no 36 acres in our city, except maybe Tuscany, I don't know. about that, but no 36 acres with, how many houses have we got scheduled for this? 100 and how many?
119.
119 now.
119.
Tuscany's a little bit bigger, I think.
Yeah, more space.
It's a third of the zone. So it's a little over 3 units to the acre, where it could take up to, about 350 homes.
Well, before you get to parse the issue of whether you can make a profit eliminating 2 lots or 4, which still you haven't answered, I would like to point out that if you have a central area, you can't make it so small that it's just a blip. And I think 2 lots does that. I think 4 lots is not excessive at all. And when I was going through it myself, I thought in terms of 6 and even 8, but I ended up coming to 4. I don't think that 4 lots, together with 5,000 square foot dog park outside one area, bocce ball, and a little nice seating area. I don't know how many square feet that was. Could you remind me?
The bocce ball and the Rancho Bella Spine Park, I believe, was 7,800 feet.
Oh, 7,800. Thank you. And whatever can be used out of the retention basin. That's all that we have in this project. That's just not enough amenities for people packed in here. And I submit that we should go to that 4-lot minimum central park, add the phasing plan. You haven't said anything about a 4-foot wide meandering sidewalk on the opposite side of the spine, with the south side now.
That'll be fine. We can include that.
No problem.
Yeah, that's no problem.
Yeah.
I think that one of the ideas, and I did bring a couple of our consultants, our engineer and our landscape architect, Tom Dolce, that they might be able to come up and add a little, color, and technical that maybe I'm not coming up with. But, one of the things when we did our market study for this price point is monthly payment is an issue. And so one of the things in adding parks and adding these things is that we're adding HOA dues and we're adding maintenance and we're adding long-term, issues. When I talked with the Tuscany HOA and I met with their HOA group twice, the complaints that were coming out of there from their pool, from their maintenance, and actually John Rodriguez, our engineer, used to live in Tuscany, and he might be able to talk about that if that would be okay. Or you want to?
Dana, would you like to have him come up and
Well,
answer?
I don't. To me, no, it doesn't matter. But
okay.
If you'd like to put him up as part of your case, I certainly think you should be free to do that. I mean, to me, the Tuscany has zero relevance to this. There's some analogies that might be significant slightly, but nothing that would be controlling in my mind. But you see it differently, and I want to be fair to you. I certainly don't want you not to put on your case as best you can put it on.
No, and when we're talking about, we're not really talking necessarily in our group about, profit as much as trying to get to the next level and get this project financed. So
now we're on the same page.
So taking 4 lots out does make it more difficult for us to get financing and ultimately build it. We don't want it to necessarily be a cell tower where you approve it and we're not able to go get it done.
You can tell the lenders that you talk to that you still have more units per acre in that, 60-some acres that you've got than probably any place in Rancho Mirage. And the thing that makes Rancho Mirage so valuable, makes you want to build here, makes everybody want to live here, is that it isn't a crowded community. And yours is a crowded community. I'm trying to do what I think is a favor for you to make it more habitable, more enjoyable, more attractive to people to come in and purchase from you. But if you live there, it's nice to have a place to go. And to the center is the easiest place for everybody to go. I like the retention basin. And I agree that it has to be put together like a park and, make it attractive so that people might want to go over there. But that's up in the corner, and you have to have the retention basin.
Yeah, I mean, One of our major goals is to build a wonderful place. I think we've accomplished it. I do, and in respect, I don't want to disagree with, come up here and disagree with you, because I do need your support. We went with these larger lots out of the zone for private open space, which is what our marketing and what our people told us that people wanted in Rancho Mirage. Also a price point that wasn't $1 million, that wasn't Toll Brothers Estillo. So we had to keep that price point, down to make this project work in this zone. But our goal, our vision from the beginning was to not do something high density, 5 to 90 use of the acre, but to do something that was more Rancho Mirage, give people more private open space in their backyards so they could have pools and those kind of things, not maintain, a bunch of parks that, quite frankly, I think half of the residents aren't going to use. They're going to be, half-time homeowners. They're going to be coming in from, various places. So that was really our vision, behind it. And I know we have some disagreements with the Central Park. We wanted it in the center, but it just doesn't work from a practical standpoint. We can have a retention basin up there that's smaller and walled off, but, the economics of this thing have, closed in.
See, that wouldn't work. Having a retention basin that's smaller and walled off means nothing as far as an amenity to the inhabitants, people who live there. There's nothing attractive about it. In fact, it's quite unattractive. Having a nice open-looking retention basin that's wider, not so deep, people can walk in it, meander around, and it can be an attractive amenity. But for a project this size, that's just not enough, in my view.
We've added actually 2,000 square feet to each lot that's above the actual zone of 7,000 square foot minimum.
But that doesn't mean anything.
That is actually private open space in everybody's backyard. It's actually the open space they're going to use, is their own backyard, their barbecues,
The building
their
that
pool.
was going to be there before you, the people you bought it from, I assume you bought it from, they had it zoned, it was going to be apartment condos.
It was 450 2-over-1
Right.
podium units
And
for
it was-
sale.
That's right, that's what it was going to be, because that's what the 9 acres means. It refers to that sort of thing. And you've come
It
up
was
with a good
not
idea.
able to be financed or built either.
You'll end
so.
up making more money than they would have made, a lot more.
Okay.
I think one of the things we have to remember about this property, it's not like any other property in Rancho Mirage that's been developed. We've got property north of Ramon. This property is not worth as much as the other properties. It's not developed the same. This, even though it may not be the same as Tuscany, it is the same kind of buyer. It's the same kind of development. And I think that to compare this piece of property with property that's in the center of Rancho Mirage is really not a good comparison. This property and any properties adjacent to it, I'm sure are going to be built as lower priced homes with more per acre, and I think it just lends itself to that kind of development on the other side of Ramon. It's not something that's going to be built around Mission Hills or any of the other developments like that. I think we have to look at the property, first of all, and the location, and see what is really right for that particular location.
So
Can
what
I
would
ask you a
recommend?
question? What is the average price that you're trying to get out of these homes?
450 to 550.
If you went with Dana's suggestion of opening it up more and lost the 4 lots, could you not spread the loss of that figure into the other homes? In other words, raise them 25 or 50,000, or would that completely blow you out of the ballpark?
It's $2 million in revenue, and yeah, it makes this project difficult.
So you couldn't spread it with the others? You don't
It makes it very difficult to get financed, basically. It's not necessarily profit, but,
Well, it is profit, and I think that's what they're all sensitive to, you, is trying to do that. But there is a concern, I think, of what Dana is saying, and there's also the point of what Richard just said, what is the future in that particular area of these homes?
Richard, do you have a recommendation of how you would move forward
Well,
with
before
this?
we get to that recommendation, I'd like to respond to Richard's
Okay.
comment. I don't think it's a good idea for Rancho Mirage to divide itself by virtue of Ramon Road. To say that we are two different communities, one north and one south, I think is a self-defeating proposition. As I indicated before, Tuscany was something that occurred a long time ago, and it occurred under circumstances that I hope don't become precedent-setting. I have no doubt in my mind that we have homes on both sides of Ramon that sell for $500,000 or less, and I'm not willing personally to say that the south side is going to be zoned differently or allowed to construct differently from what we've used as standards. That's just me. You might be right, Richard, that it will develop that way. But I can assure you that it'll develop that way into two different zones faster if we don't put something in the middle of this project and make it at least look like a community that's got an amenity or two that is meaningful. I can just tell you that the dog park is not a meaningful amenity. The bocce ball, 8,000 square feet, is not a substantive amenity. These are two little quirk things at two ends, and the retention basin is only slightly bigger than it has to be to comply with code. I think that's not a good path to go down, and I don't think anytime you ask a developer, can you still make a profit or can't make a profit, believe me, you're going to get an answer that is going to be, I don't know, it's tough now, really tough. They'll make a profit and they'll do well, and this project will go forward with a park or without a park. And I hope it goes forward with the park.
Okay. Before we continue with this, how about if we take a 5-minute break and then everybody can just relax for a minute or hit the necessary rooms?
Thank you.
And we'll come back and finish this. Thank you.
Thank you.
If we could all take our positions again. Okay. So, Richard, would you like to contribute anything at this point, or?
No, thank you. I'm done with the discussion, and I think we should come up with some acceptable additions to the plan if we think it's appropriate, and go ahead and vote on it.
Okay. Well, Dana, would you like to continue then?
Yeah, that works for me, but he may still wish to speak.
You know, I would like to have my consultants come up and just say a couple of
Okay.
things and add, maybe something that I forgot as I, was up here. So I think I'm going to start with John Rodriguez from High Tech.
Okay.
Madam Mayor and members of the council, thank you for
John, could you
listening to
just-
us. I'm sorry.
Could you repeat your name again?
Yes,
Maybe
John
you could spell
Rodriguez, Palm Desert, California.
it? Okay. Could you spell your last name?
Rodriguez.
Okay. Thank you.
As Scott said, we put a lot into this design, specifically in trying to make it very usable and fit our needs from an engineering standpoint. As an engineer, a lot of times, we've got to be very careful on how we design our projects, whether it be with, like we've talked about, and I think was brought up in a previous project, hydrology is a big issue. And ultimately, that was the biggest issue with this property. We had to make sure that we use that northeast corner to provide for our retention basin. So what we've looked at with our developer, we started out this project with, I believe, 150 plus lots, and have really whittled it down to where we're at right now. I think it's a wonderful project from an engineering standpoint. It works very well. We've worked with engineering staff to get to that point. With that being said, I think the concerns, looking at what we could do to make some changes to provide something central, I went with Bill Enos, the city engineer. We looked at potentially putting the retention basin in the center of the property with the park, and utilizing the same scenario ultimately that we're using in the northeast corner in the central portion of the park or of the property. But from a hydrology standpoint, it just did not work. I've been involved in a couple cases, legal cases, in which I've been an expert witness in that projects flooded because of similar situations when you design a project in a sump. And we didn't want to do that in this case, being that northeast corner sets nearly 10 to 15 feet lower than the rest of the property. So that was our looking into and designing this ultimately from an engineering standpoint. We went with that, is to make sure that we got the water to where it naturally is going already, and it would provide a safe gravity overflow of hydraulic or stormwater in the event that we had a catastrophic flood that just topped our basin. So that was kind of, from my standpoint, I wanted to, be able to address the council and let you know what we came up with. We've looked at some options of potentially losing lots in the center, making them park only, trying to pick them up in other areas. I'll let Tom Dozie kind of touch on that as well, some of the amenity side of it. But potentially we could do that. It would just increase the depth of our basin. And in talking with Bill Enos, we would be potentially having some liability with water surface elevations if we minimize the size of that basin and usability. Once you get over 5 foot of depth, you lose the usability of a retention basin because potentially water surface could be over somebody's head at some point.
So you're saying that the reduction of the retention basin is not a good idea?
No, it's not a good idea from our standpoint as the design engineer, and I think city staff has agreed with that in our conversations. And I even gave Bill a map, and he did some of his calculations on it to see if he could get it to work. And ultimately, it just would not work from an engineering standpoint. One of the other things that we were trying to create too is a buffer along the north side. When we talked with staff early on, with Randy and Bud, we talked about having a buffer between our project and the city streets to each side, as well as the high school to the north. So we achieved that by putting parks and putting linear parks in all the way around the whole property. So even though they're not consolidated, and we talk about square footage, 5,000 square foot to the dog park, but it's attached to a probably 15,000 square foot linear park that runs along Ramon Road that is usable for our public or for our property. There's a linear park that goes along the whole north side of the property, approximately 30 feet by the length of our property. Can't do the calculations in my head, but we've probably got a good third to a half of an acre along there that is linear park connected by walkway that needs to kind of get accounted for as well. And then the retention basin itself, the actual water surface area or the area that would be inundated in a storm situation is consolidated to the actual retention basin only. There's a small area to the west of it that would be usable for a tot lot and barbecue area that would be out of that water surface area and that problem zone from an engineering standpoint.
Park-like areas?
Correct.
In here?
Yes.
And I'm not sure where I see them.
That's on the
don't-
north property line.
Okay, so you're talking just the north there. Okay, so that was the barbecue area at one time?
There is a I believe it's a covered area and tot lot that is
Okay.
connected to the retention basin on the north
Right.
end of the
So the
cul-de-sac.
retention basin was going to be on the east side, then you'd have the top area on the west side, and so parents could stay in the middle area to
Correct.
kind of watch both areas?
Yeah, and as they're outlining, that whole north area is a walkway, trail, path that links the project from west to east to the retention basin.
And you're saying that there are parks within that area also?
It's a passive recreation, just walking park, I guess we would call it.
How wide is that area?
It's approximately 30 feet in width, and it was created as a buffer between the project and the school was what we were attempting to do there. So we didn't want any houses pushed right against the north property line in an effort to keep a little bit of space between the school and the existing.
But it really doesn't show on this diagram as a wide area that would be.
I think
like
Bud had some other exhibits in the book that specifically show those areas blown up a little bit with the DG path in them as well. I don't know the specific page, but our landscape architect can probably talk a little bit more about that.
Okay, and if you remove the 4 homes that have been recommended, 38, 39, 40, and 41, what kind of area are we talking about? Square footage or acre-wise?
Well, I believe we're right around the 8,000 to 9,000 square foot range. So if we times that by 4, we're looking at 32,000 acre and a little under an acre probably.
So it's a little.
It's a considerable 43,560 is an acre. So we're going to be
close to
it. If you factor in the streets and the right of ways and the PUEs, we're probably in the acre range.
Could you possibly use those 4 lots as a retention basin and drain with some sort of a culvert east and take that water off the property rather than just using it as a retention?
Well, that's originally what we had looked at, and that's what I worked with city staff on, is to see if we could potentially drain everything to that central park, use it as a retention basin, and the only problem being is that we can't successfully get the water from there off of our property in the case of an emergency. It's not.
You couldn't pump it.
Yeah, I mean, aside from a very complex mechanical plan, I don't think it's feasible. And one of the big things when you look at it, is kind of deceiving, but if you're going down Rattler Road towards the high school, it kind of raises up in the middle of our property, and then it drops very fast as you get up to the high school. And that is where we pose the biggest engineering problem for us, is that when you drop off from our entrance essentially to the high school is about 12 feet of drop in elevation. It's hard to get the water from a middle location of the property over that hump and then out into a safe area. So from an engineering standpoint, I'm not going to sit here and say it's impossible, but with the cases that I've been involved in legally and seen, it's just not something that we tend to like to practice without really having to over design. And a 1 acre lot or 1 acre retention basin would turn into potentially a 2 acre retention basin, just to have that safety factor. That's the reason why we chose to go the direction we did. Any other questions for myself? Thank you.
Okay.
And
Thank you.
we'll have Tom Dosey as our landscape architect.
My name is Tom Dosey from TKD Associates, Landscape Architects, Rancho Mirage, California. Ms. Mayor and the council, it's a pleasure to be here. One of the things that I wanted to talk a little bit about was in the design and in the site planning of the project is how it evolved, and trying to work with providing the amenities in a sustainable way for the community, but also make it an active community as well for the residents. As the site plan evolved, one of the goals was to create this buffer from Ramon Road as well as Rattler Road. So we essentially, on the site plan, have what is a perimeter road or a frontage road that moves the residents back. Now, if any of you visited the La Terraza project, it's similar in scope to this project itself. And in that project, most of the streets are cul-de-sac, and the cul-de-sacs actually lead right towards, on the west side there, or east side, would come up to Monterey Road. So in the development of this plan, by putting the perimeter road in and having the space and the open space at the edges of the project, we tried to create more of a linear type park situation. And working with John Rodriguez on the retention basin, many of the retention basins are just a 3-to-1 slope and become unuseful. But the way they expanded this, it actually gave us the opportunity to have a gentle enough slope where we could actually get walkways to go down into the basin, make the basin a usable area, and provide some activities. And at the top, I think as was pointed out, we do have a shelter there, a tot lot, and the purpose of that was so that it wasn't actually in the basin itself, and provided a better opportunity up above whatever the water level or nuisance water level we might have in that location. I think the other thing that I wanted to talk about is a good portion of our work right now is we're working with a lot of the existing communities, some of which we designed many years ago, and going back to those communities and doing landscape conversions. The big concern is sustainability and the cost of water and maintenance. And what we're finding is, even in some of the new developments, to create a more active style, we're providing more linear trails rather than one large common open space of turf, so that we've created walkways with fitness courses on them, different activities along the walkway, so that people are moving more than actually going to a central location. And I think, as John pointed out, we do have areas available, and it's a little bit actually wider than 30 feet. It's 40 to 50 feet in some locations along the north end. And in that area, we could really kind of develop that into more of a linear park that then connects the retention park as well as the main spine road. And I think we're all in favor of the walkways on both sides of the street. We can work well with that and create some amenities in kind of a linear fashion rather than a more central.
Tom?
Okay.
Yes, sir.
You talked in the beginning about doing more cul-de-sacs and less perimeter roads. would this project be better with more cul-de-sacs and less cookie cutter type of development?
There was a number of site plans that were developed in the past for this project, and I think what grew out of those is, if you just look at took the square footage of roadway per, let's say, residential units, it's quite a bit, because we have a lot of we have some single loaded streets, but some streets have no houses actually using those, other than, creating the loop road as a buffer. And that, in terms of materials and pavement and heat gain, you gain, we have more surface area, I guess, of the asphalt in this design than in some of the other designs that we had explored in terms of having the cul-de-sacs themselves. And at the end of those cul-de-sacs, then we had more open space that allowed for some more recreational opportunities.
So is that yes or a no, or?
There would be some opportunities to, if some of these streets were, if you look at the north side of the project, we have 2 cul-de-sacs and then a connector road. But along the south side, it's a complete loop system. If some of those were perhaps cul-de-sac, we would have some more open space then that maybe could be taken advantage of.
Yeah. And the project
in lieu of pavement.
Project would look different from the standpoint of just the physical layout of the streets.
Yes, it would.
Mr. Mayor, Madam Mayor, if I might also kind of shed some light on kind of the history of the project. Originally, when the project was proposed, before they actually submitted the application, there was a series of cul-de-sacs, but it did not meet the fire department requirements. The cul-de-sacs were too long. The homes were too close to Ramon for noise purposes. They were too close to the stadium site. So that really required a redesign a long time ago when the applicant was considering a series of cul-de-sacs. And then when it went to the subcommittee for consideration, the subcommittee was really concerned about the fact that we don't want houses with backyards right on Ramon Road. The loop streets were recommended by the subcommittee as a way to help buffer the individual homes from the busy traffic along Ramon, from any sort of potential noise or lighting issues with the stadium, the extra deep lots along the western tier of the property, that was created as a buffer for the future commercial property to the west. So there's a lot of constraints that we've had to address along the way. As you can tell from the site plan, yes, there is a cul-de-sac on the north end that is adjacent to the little linear park that's been referred to. And that does meet the distance requirements as far as the fire department is concerned. The fire department did have concerns about the number of cul-de-sacs when they were originally proposed.
You look at that where you show the cul-de-sac, and how much better it looks. See, my feeling about the fire department objecting, that might be in one area, but you can't tell me that this can't be designed to have a series of cul-de-sacs or meandering streets that break up the sameness here and basically getting close to the same number of lots. But look at just the one cul-de-sac, how much better that looks from a livability standpoint versus the cookie cutter balance of the subdivision. I mean, aesthetically to me, if I were buying something to raise a family, I'd rather be in that kind of an environment.
You're breaking it down into a smaller number of units, and that's why it looks that way. It is more functional, I think. But you talked about this when it came to the subcommittee the first time. I think the first time that we looked at this development, it actually had the linear exterior streets. I don't remember looking at this development under a cul-de-sac layout, and maybe that's because by that time the fire department had already had their input and so forth. But I don't remember looking at anything other than the way it's laid out right now.
Okay. The fire department looked at a series of cul-de-sacs and made their comments, and there was, after that, there was another addition that was drafted, and that's what went to the subcommittee. The results from the subcommittee that are shown on your plan that you're seeing today include the loop streets inside. But certainly, if the council feels that the cul-de-sacs on the north end of the project would make a better project rather than the loop streets, we could certainly condition that. It would eliminate some street, which is desirable, and maybe we could put green space, linear green space in place of that, as long as it meets the fire department requirements.
Yeah, I don't think it's a question of cul-de-sacs totally through the whole project. I think the issue right now is creating more green space.
But if I could recommend that, we had a long conversation about some of the slowdown areas, and I would like to make a point, but I'd like to show what we came up with, you and I, as far as just a couple slowdown areas that would be very effective for making sure people did slow down rather than just having a different color paver, so that once people think it's a slowdown area, but there's no texture in it, so after a while they would get used to not slowing down.
Yeah.
So this was something that we thought about that could be interjected on the streets, would act more attractive, add more attractive ability, and force people to actually slow down, and would be a lot safer. And I don't know if you are familiar with this aspect of some design work, but Bud has done this in the past. And the reason I recommended this is because I think that I think you underestimate your project. You've added a lot of wonderful things here. You've given over 2 acres of common recreational space for residents at this point. Your retention basin amenities include a large field area, walking trails, landscaping, gazebo, children's play area, a dog park, pocket park, Main Street with area and shade structures. You also have mainly 3-car garages, which is really geared to people who want to have a better appearance the front of their house. They're not going to have their cars parked in their driveways as much. It's going to make the streets in general more attractive. You've taken away the barbecues and made it more family friendly. You've made it more community friendly, where people will have a desire to hang out in places and spend more time outdoors as a community. There's a number of things that I think, especially at the end of the spine area, where as people are going to be approaching that area where the street now goes completely through, and you have a sitting area, you've got the bocce ball area. I think you underestimate what a nice development it can be. And I know that sometimes people think, well, it's north of Ramon, so maybe, and it's near a high school. I've lived near high schools many times, and I think you've got a really wonderful development that you can make alterations to and make it more upscale. It is Rancho Mirage, and it should have a Rancho Mirage feel. And it should have the amenities that a Rancho Mirage development would want and that neighborhoods would want. And I think that if changes need to be made and sections of a home, if 4 homes being removed, can make it far more desirable, then that's something that would benefit all of us.
Yeah, and I'll say as a business owner, a local business owner, and working with developers in this desert since, I started in '95, and my company's been here since the '80s. I can tell you that this developer has been very accommodating. They've been wonderful to work with. They've worked with us, and I'm not a yes engineer. I'm not going to always tell them what they want to hear just because they want to hear it. But we look at things very precisely, and we try to make sure that in the end we're going to have a product that really looks nice. I'm not ashamed to say that I lived in Tuscany for 5 years. I love that community. I think it was a great community. And as a business owner, I think that ones who are in my financial status live there, and they're very happy there. And the amenities that are given there are very nice. Lots of linear parks. Everything is kind of centralized at Tuscany. I lived on the very south end on Via Forenza, so I was a long ways away from all that. But it worked. As you came in, you had the nice open area. It was a retention basin area. It was used as recreation. My kids, I have a daughter and a son, who took their dogs there and played Frisbee, played with their other friends there. And I can say that those areas work. One thing that works too is that when they're in those areas, we felt safe as parents. There was walking areas. We could walk up and we could watch our kids. We didn't have to necessarily run around, although I probably should have a little bit. But we were able to see that. We were able to have that camaraderie. And when I looked at this property the first time, there was an interest for me because I was involved. I lived nearby. I was part of the original product that was the Bellicera product that was 400 plus units, and I was one of the Tuscany homeowners who had concerns about it. If I lived in Tuscany still, I don't think I would have the concerns with this project that I had with the 450 units. And I think the way that they took very carefully and protected these buffer areas, created these green space areas in order to not have the problems that Tuscany has backing up against the new high school. And I know that was a big, contentious thing that they had. And I know that the fact that this developer really sat down and looked at it and said, when we originally brought it to them and we had houses backing up against the school and we met with Randy and Bud and they said, we'd like to see a buffer there. They were the first ones to tell me, John, make the difference. Let's put green space there. Let's put a buffer there. So I have to say that on behalf of myself, and I'm not one of the developers here, but just from the engineering side and the planning side that I've dealt with, this developer has been very accommodating. We've had the cul-de-sac design that Richard's talked about. We actually had cul-de-sacs on everything at one point. But when we talked about having the buffer along Ramon Road and the buffer along Rattler, it made it, you can't put a cul-de-sac up to those areas. Along the north side, if we had cul-de-sacs there, I don't think it would impact our project or hurt our project. But this is something that we've looked at. I kind of joke with the developer that we have 20 different site plans that we've done on this project. And every time we did a site plan, we brought it to planning staff, sat with them, talked with them, listened to them. And then it wasn't until we got to the final product that we actually made our application and submitted it when we thought that we had exactly what planning and engineering for that fact. I met with Leland on a number of occasions to talk about drainage, to talk about how we were going to make this thing work, and we were able to accomplish what we thought was something that would work from an engineering standpoint, a development standpoint, and ultimately from a residential standpoint.
Well, thank you. And thank you so much for coming and speaking. And I think now we'll come back to council. And if we have any further ideas, or if someone would like to make a motion. Okay.
I would move that the council approve environmental assessment case number EA 130010, tentative tract map number 36553, and preliminary development plan case number PDP 13005 as revised based upon the content, finding, and conditions in this staff report, plus the following conditions. 1, prior to final map, lots number 38, 39, 40, and 41 shall be deleted. In their place, an open space park-like setting shall be designed containing shade trees, walking, jogging paths, pedestrian furniture, pickleball courts, or such other or similar amenities as staff may approve in several parking spaces. The central common area shall be subject to approval by staff. Extra condition number 2, prior to the occupancy of the first house, the central common area and the central common area shall be completed in accordance with the approved plan and to the satisfaction of planning staff. Third condition, developer shall submit to staff's approval a complete phasing plan to be approved by Public Works and Planning staff. The phasing plan shall include the number of lots and homes per phase and a proposal for installation of streets and all interior and exterior active and passive common area amenities to be constructed by phase. After approval, the applicant may amend the phasing plan in accordance with the minor modification process pursuant to Title 17 of the Rancho Mirage Municipal Code. 4, the retention basin at the northeast corner of the project shall be created in a park-like manner with sitting and walking areas throughout, subject to staff's approval. And 5, the applicant shall include a 4-foot wide meandering sidewalk on the south side of the spine road. That's the end of my motion.
Okay.
Oh, plus the conditions suggested by Bud. Bud, do you have a way of identifying that?
Perhaps the condition could read, traffic calming devices shall be designed with 24 feet of clearance between landscape bulb outs on each side of the street, have upgraded pavers and enhanced landscaping. The curb, gutter, and flow line shall be reviewed and approved by the city engineer.
Okay, that's the motion.
Okay, do we have a second? Okay, everyone vote. Do you have any further discussion?
Can I just make a comment?
Sure.
I would like to see Dana's motion approved in the hopes that we'll come back with a revised site plan, maybe not utilizing those 4 specific lots in the center of the property, but something similar to that, and maybe something that gives us a little bit better feel for the interior street layout, such as the cul-de-sacs that were mentioned and that sort of thing. I support what he's doing because the concept is there. I'm not sure I agree with the 4-lot location, but I can buy that so that we can go back and look at the layout again.
So do you want the revised layout to come back to council or just the subcommittee?
Well, he's not asking that it come back. He's saying if they make a decision, if I'm understanding correctly, if they decide to alter the program entirely, that they would come up with a new plan consistent with what he's just said.
Okay. Right. Yeah. So that's my opinion of the motion. I want to see this deal done. I think it can be done, and I think it just needs a little bit more work on it. So.
Okay, as long as the hearing has been closed for the public comments, we will go ahead if there's any further discussion or clarity needed. Otherwise, we can take a vote. Okay.
Madam Mayor, can you please clarify whether or not this needs to come back to the council for further consideration?
Nothing has to come back to the council or the subcommittee. Everything is subject to staff approval and the conditions that I've added. And Richard is saying to the developer, if you'd like to reconsider the whole project and look at it from this perspective that he's talking about, then they don't have to go with this. They can start that process over again and maybe get it expedited a little bit.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, that helps? Okay. All right, if everyone would cast your vote. Okay, the motion carries 5-0. Thank you so much, and thank you so much for coming for your presentation. And now I think we would like to...
Let me make one comment, if I may. I want you to leave with the understanding that we are trying to make the project work. We are not trying to kill a deal. We're trying to work with you as best we can. Hopefully we'll come up with something, but I can appreciate the fact that you might walk out a little discouraged. But on the other hand, I hope that you'll be able to adjust sufficiently that you can come out successfully, and the city can as well. So that's a thought I'd like to leave you with.
Thank you. Okay, so in the interest of time, and some people who have been waiting for one of the items, being item 16, I would like to move that we
We've only got a couple
forward.
more. So we got 4 more.
Okay.
We've got 12, 13, and 16.
We have 11.
You're a trooper. You guys are troopers.
Not going to happen.
Dinner will be scared you didn't you? Now that you see no government.
Okay. Okay.
Lawyer, you got
That's right. Okay, so we're going to go to item 16, and then we'll go back and pick up where we left off at item number 11. So,
Thank you very much. Mayor Smotrich, members of the Library Board, thank you for considering this resolution to support the Rancho Mirage Writers Festival Incorporated. I want to thank Steve Quintanilla as well as City Attorney, who actually wrote this staff report. So what you have before you specifically is a request to consider a resolution endorsing, supporting, and assisting the Rancho Mirage Writers Festival Incorporated, a nonprofit public benefit corporation created for the charitable purpose of organizing an annual Writers Festival in the city of Rancho Mirage. And I would only add that in our first year, 2014, mid-January, we had a humdinger of a Writers Festival. And I'd like to introduce you to 2 members of the board of the Writers Festival, Inc., and that is founder Jamie Kabler and Susan Davis. Susan, in real life, is the communication specialist at the Annenberg Retreat at Sunnylands, but she also takes time and volunteers and serves on this board and does an outstanding job. And if you don't mind, I think both of them might want to have a few words about the Writers Festival and its benefit to the city.
welcome. Thank you so much for waiting so patiently.
Oh, it's our pleasure. We're delighted to be here, and thank you so much for your support. I think Jamie can speak better about the Writers' Festival than I, but I wanted to thank you personally for everything that you've done in giving us a go team go, if you will. So thank you.
Mayor, City Council, thank you for all that you do for the city of Rancho Mirage. The Writers' Festival is a part of this, and we're honored to be part of Rancho Mirage. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, we're here to answer any questions you might have about this resolution. It's pretty straightforward. You're endorsing the festival and supporting it as well.
Thank you.
Maybe Steve could give a staff report.
Yes.
Yeah, and I have more specifics. I'd like to point out that we do have a library subcommittee that consists of Mayor Iris Smotrich and Mayor Pro Tem Dana Hobart. And we've met a few times with this group, off and on, to discuss issues related to the city's involvement or the library's involvement with the Writers' Festival. Our office has helped incorporate them. We're in the process of trying to, we're going to be attaining their federal tax exempt and state tax exempt status very soon. In fact, they can now start soliciting contributions for the organization and for the Writers' Festival and offer a tax deduction in exchange for that contribution. All the money that has been raised so far through ticket sales have been deposited with the city, so the city is maintaining the libraries. It's in the library's fund, and that's all being maintained by the city, so no individual has received any of that revenue. There have been there's been a contribution of $10,000 from our Public Library Foundation that was made for the 2014 festival. There was also a $20,000 contribution or pledge made toward the 2015 festival, and that money is being retained as a line item in the library budget. So again, that money is being retained by the city, and it will be used specifically for the 2015 Writers Festival. Let's see if there's something else here I just want to state for the record. So that's what's happening behind the scenes. So at this point, what the subcommittee is recommending is that to formally endorse and to assist the Writers Foundation, the Writers Festival Inc., I call it, and the Writers Festival event. It's being recommended that library assistance be provided to the Writers Festival Inc. As deemed reasonable and necessary by the library director. I've also volunteered the time of my firm to provide legal assistance as deemed necessary and reasonable by me on a pro bono basis, so we will not charge for our time. There's also a recommendation that the finance department provide accounting, tax preparation, and auditing assistance as deemed necessary and reasonable by the finance director. And there's also a recommendation that the Writers Festival Inc. be provided with a license to use the City of Rancho Mirage and the library's logos and their mailing addresses. So I'm talking about the logos and the mailing addresses that the library is permitted to use, because as you know, we have our logo, it's copyrighted, and we also have some trademarks and service marks associated with some of our other logos. So the license will allow them to use it in connection with the Writers Festival. And finally, there's a recommendation by the subcommittee that the city, essentially the library, essentially provide $20,000 in financial assistance for the 2015 library event and any other costs associated with organizing that. And that essentially is the match of the amount that was contributed by the foundation. Now, in exchange for this assistance, the subcommittee has met with this potential board, or the board here for our nonprofit, and they've agreed that they will ensure that their bylaws incorporate the following: that the Writers Festival, as long as it exists, will be held on an annual basis at the Rancho Mirage Public Library or any other appropriate venue in the city of Rancho Mirage. So the event has to be held within the city's limits. The Writers Festival's board will also consist of 6 voting members, which may change in the future depending on what the board wants to do, provided that the city council also approves that change in the number of directors. The bylaws will also require that 2 members of the library board, which is the city council, be appointed by a majority of the city council to serve as voting members on the Writers Festival Inc. board. However, if the board wants to remove our city council members, they can do that by a majority vote, but those vacancies shall always be filled by the city council. So if they remove somebody, the city council appoints somebody to fill those vacancies. And so in addition to the 6 voting members on the board of directors for the Writers Festival, the library director is going to serve as an ex officio non-voting member of their board. However, in the event there's a tie on the board, because we're going to have 6 voting members, in the event there's a tie, he would be permitted to vote to break that tie. And finally, before the Writers Festival Board of Directors can change any of the bylaws pertaining to the location of the festival, the number of directors, the appointment of the city council members, and the ex officio status of the library director, those changes will have to come back to the city council for approval. So that's the recommendation of the subcommittee. Oh, and the recommendation is to adopt a resolution that's in your agenda packet with these specific provisions in there.
In the resolution, there are a couple of paragraphs that deal with specific dollar amounts on page 16.4, where we talk about the $10,000 for 2014, and then $20,000 for 2015. Are we going to have to come back and modify this resolution for 2016 if the dollar amount is different?
No, actually, it won't be coming back as a resolution. The only reason why there's a resolution here is because we're dealing with a number of other issues. There's several ways you can do that. You can either have the Writers Festival Board come back and submit an application for funding, similar to what you do with other nonprofits under your special assistance program, or you can build it into the budget. So during the budget period or the preparation period, David can come forward and present a proposal to stick a certain amount in there for the Writers Festival event, or they can just come forward and ask for it, or the subcommittee can come forward and ask for it.
So the resolution just addresses those two contributions, and in the future, it's on an as-needed basis?
As-needed basis,
okay,
correct, and as approved by the City Council Library Board.
Okay.
Or comments? Okay. Any comments or questions from the audience? Okay, seeing none, we will close the public comment session. And Dana, would you like to?
I'd be glad to make the motion. I move that the Library Board adopt the resolution endorsing, supporting, and assisting Rancho Mirage Writers Festival, Inc., a nonprofit public benefit corporation created for the charitable purpose of organizing an annual Writers Festival in the city of Rancho Mirage, and that the council endorses and supports the Writers Festival bylaw sections that have been identified by Steve Quintanilla.
I'll second that. I'd like to make a comment that how proud and pleased we are with the Writers Festival. It's a wonderful success. It's a great contribution to the city of Rancho Mirage, and I'm proud to make this this motion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. No other comments? All right, please vote.
Thank you.
Passes 5-0.
We are off and running to be one of the best writers' festivals in America, and perhaps the best. Thank you so very much.
No.
Thanks for
Thank
waiting.
you.
For waiting 4 hours.
Yes. Well, now we'll go back to, yes, going back to item number 11, which is...
With our new mayor, is this going to be the pattern of most city council meetings?
Probably. Probably. It's...
5, 6, 7 o'clock
Yeah.
at night, every meeting.
This tests your fortitude. Okay. This is something that Isaiah Hagerman, our finance director, is going to be covering. It is, the subject matter is making certain determinations and findings related to the expenditure of excess bond proceeds for housing authority projects pursuant to Health and Safety Code Section 33445.
In
Thank
500 words or less.
Right.
Got it. Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. The joint resolution before you today is your role acting as the successor agency to the former RDA and as the Housing Authority Board. And the reason you're seeing this here today is the ROPS 1415A approved certain projects, and that approval flowed through you as the successor agency, flowed through the oversight board, and also flowed through the approval of the California Department of Finance. And because these projects are on publicly owned infrastructure assets, we are required to take this extra step of having this public hearing. So the 5 housing authority projects identified in the staff report, again, are all on the Housing Authority owned properties. And the joint resolution before you today for consideration identifies the following 3 findings and determinations pursuant to Health and Safety Code Section 33445. Finding number 1 is that the 5 Housing Authority projects will benefit the project area by helping to eliminate blight and provide needed improvements to the existing stock of low moderate income housing within the boundaries of the project area. Finding number 2, the payment of funds for the Housing Authority projects is consistent with the plan adopted pursuant to Health and Safety Code Section 33490. And finding number 3 is that no other means of financing the Housing Authority projects is available to the community due to the dissolution of the redevelopment agencies, including the City of Rancho Mirage Redevelopment Agency, and because the Housing Authority no longer receives the 20% set aside it once received prior to the Dissolution Act. The implementation plan referred to in finding number 2 was approved by the RDA board in 2009, and it outlined 5 goals for the use of bond proceeds of the former RDA. These projects meet 3 out of the 5 goals, which are the housing, public facilities, and the elimination of blight. These findings were reviewed by bond counsel and the city attorney's office, and staff is available for questions.
Okay. Any questions from the council? Any questions from the audience? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public comments. And if someone would make a motion?
All right, I'll make a motion to adopt and approve a joint resolution 2014-A and 2014-HA of the City Council of the City of Rancho Mirage acting as successor agency to the former Rancho Mirage Redevelopment Agency and the Housing Authority of the City of Rancho Mirage, making certain determinations and findings relating to the expenditure of excess bond proceeds for Housing Authority projects pursuant to Health and Safety Code Section 33445.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, please vote. And the motion carries 5-0. Okay, moving on to number 12. Okay, this is also from Isaiah, our finance director, and it is making certain determinations and findings related to the expenditure of excess bond proceeds for the Rancho Mirage Public Library Improvement Project pursuant to Health and Safety Code Section 33445.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. This is the same type of action that you just took, only this one addresses you in your role as the successor agency and also just plain City Council. This is the Library Improvement Project. Again, this is another one of the projects that was listed on a ROPS and flowed through the 3 approvals of the successor agency, the Oversight Board, and the California Department of Finance. Since this is a public facility, we have another public hearing with the findings and determinations. The attached joint resolution makes the following 3 findings for the Rancho Mirage Public Library Improvement Project. Finding number 1, the improvement project will benefit the project area by helping to eliminate blight and 1, enhancing the visible appearance of the library and the Highway 111 corridor through the project area. 2, enhance the long-term viability of a public facility that was previously built by the agency. And 3, enhancing the library with modern infrastructure. Finding number 2 states that the payment of funds for the improvement project is consistent with the plan adopted pursuant to Health and Safety Code Section 33490. And finding number 3 is that no other means of financing the improvement project is available to the community due to the limited resources allotted to the library. This project meets 3 out of the 5 goals addressed within the implementation plan. Those 3 goals met are public facilities, smart growth, and elimination of blight. These findings were reviewed by bond counsel and the city attorney's office, and staff is available for questions.
Isaiah, how do you define smart growth?
Because there is a solar facility that's going to be added on top of these structures. That was the smart growth aspect of it. Okay.
I thought he was going to say 65 inches.
Okay. All right. Any other questions or comments?
Thank you, Isaiah.
Okay. This is quite a group up here. Okay. Any questions or comments from the public? Seeing none, we're closing the public comments. And may I have a motion?
I'd like to move that we adopt the joint resolution 2014 SA next in order in 2014 of the City Council of the City of Rancho Mirage acting as successor agency to the former Rancho Mirage Redevelopment Agency and the City of Rancho Mirage making certain determinations and findings relating to the expenditure of excess bond proceeds for the Rancho Mirage Public Library Improvement Project pursuant to Health and Safety Code Section 33445.
Okay. You second? Okay. Please vote. And the motion carries 5-0. Thank you so much. And moving on to item number 13, and this is something from Cindy Scott, our city clerk.
Didn't we waive that at the beginning?
Is this the one that was completed?
We did waive it already.
That was, well, this is 13.
We already did 13 and 14.
Okay.
And 15.
And 15.
No, we're on 15.
We're on 15.
Okay, so we are done.
No, we haven't done 15.
We didn't do 15.
We
okay.
didn't do 15.
We are not
15
done.
is the side
Okay,
fund.
this is from, this is going to be covered by Randy Binder, our city manager, and Isaiah Hagerman, our finance director, and the subject matter is authorize the city manager to execute the lump sum payment of the city's CalPERS side fund liability.
I'll turn this over to Isaiah, and then he'll ask Mayor Pro Tem Hobart for comments.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Binder, Madam Mayor, and members of the City Council. The item before you today is the consideration of a lump sum payment of the city's CalPERS side fund liability and the approval of the related fiscal year 2013-14 budget adjustment. Mayor Pro Tem Hobart requested for staff to research various aspects of the city's unfunded pension liability and report the results back to the Budget Subcommittee. The Budget Subcommittee consists of Mayor Pro Tem Hobart and Councilman Kite. The Budget Subcommittee and staff held numerous meetings over the unfunded pension liability. The Budget Subcommittee and staff concluded that presenting the option for the one-time lump sum payment of the CalPERS side fund in the amount of $2,928,453 to the full City Council for consideration was the best course of action. The unfunded pension liability, based on our last actuarial report, which is put together by CalPERS, has the city's unfunded pension liability at $13.8 million, based on the market value of assets basis as of June 30th, 2012. Built into the city's CalPERS employer contribution rate, which is how the city funds our employees' retirement, is the amortization of the unfunded pension liability and the lost interest earnings on money not with CalPERS. CalPERS assumes a discount rate of 7.5%. This is what they assume their return on investment will be. Since the unfunded amount is not with CalPERS earning the discount rate of 7.5%, the discount rate is applied to the unfunded amount and charged back to the city. The approximately $13.8 million unfunded pension liability is comprised of two amounts. The risk pool's unfunded liability, which is about $10.9 million, and the side fund liability of $2.9 million, which is what we're talking about today. Briefly, the risk pool's unfunded pension liability of $10.9 million is a result of investment performance and annual reviews conducted by CalPERS. Changes are required by CalPERS before the city can take action on this portion of the unfunded pension liability. The CalPERS board is expected to take action on May 21st, 2014, which will allow employers to determine the best course of action for their respective agencies. The city expects CalPERS will distribute additional information during the summer of 2014. The budget subcommittee will revisit the risk pool's unfunded liability once this additional information becomes available. And to say that simply, what it means is right now we're strapped into what CalPERS tells us to do. We don't have any options when it comes to that piece of the liability currently. They are wanting to change that rule so that agencies like us, if we want to apply reserves to satisfy these liabilities, it gives us the option to do so, but we won't find out until the summer of 2014. The side fund liability is different. We can address that right now, which is why you're seeing this today. The side fund liability of $2.9 million is primarily the result of changing our retirement benefit formula from 2% at 60 to 2% at 55 in 1998, and then again changing the benefit plan from 2% at 55 to 2.5% at 55 in 2006. The side fund liability is also charged the discount rate of 7.5%, since this money is not with CalPERS earning that 7.5%. In fiscal year 14-15, the city will be charged $438,702 for the amortization of this side fund liability, and this represents 6.783% of our total 23.543% employer contribution rate. By making the lump sum side fund payment of $2.9 million, our employer contribution rate will be decreased by 6.783%. The side fund liability will be eliminated, and the city will no longer be charged 7.5% for the lost interest income. The lump sum side fund payment will be a one-time payment, and our side fund will not reappear unless City Council approves another retirement benefit plan change. If City Council elects not to make the one-time lump sum payment of the side fund of approximately $2.9 million, CalPERS will continue to build the amortization of the side fund amount plus the lost interest at 7.5% into the city's employer contribution rate. The side fund has a remaining amortization period of 8 years. Over the next 8 years, the city would pay approximately $1.1 million for lost interest on the side fund liability to CalPERS. The city's portfolio is currently earning 1.15%. And by utilizing the city's reserves to make the lump sum side fund payment, the city will not be charged 7.5% over the next 8 years on the side fund amount. The fiscal impact is summarized on page 15-3 in several charts. Funding of the lump sum side fund payment would come from the general fund, the Rancho Mirage Public Library, and the Rancho Mirage Housing Authority. Each fund's share of the side fund liability is based on its share of total payroll for employees in that benefit plan. All three funds have the available resources to make the side fund payment. A fiscal year 13-14 budget adjustment will also be required as a result of making this payment, which is summarized in attachment C. The funding breakdown for the payment, as I mentioned, is on page 15-3 of the library, 15-3 of the staff report for the three funds. And you can see the total from each of the three funds is the side fund amount. By making this payment, our employer contribution rate will be decreased from the current 23.543% down to 16.760%. Basically what this means in dollars, just in fiscal year 14-15 alone, The total savings will be approximately $390,000, and the staff report provides a breakdown by fund of those savings. And that concludes my presentation, and I'm available for questions.
Dana, did you have a
Yes, I would. Thank you very much, Isaiah. You and I have talked a lot about this over the last 6 months, I guess it's been. The reason that I asked for this matter to come before the council is twofold at least. One, it makes extreme good economic sense for the city to get rid of this debt. Secondly, our employees deserve the satisfaction of knowing that the pensions that they have earned are funded and that there is no jeopardy as to their ability to secure payment at the time they come to retire. An unfunded pension liability simply means that the city has failed to put into the CalPERS funds, there are two of them, but to pay to CalPERS the amount of money that would have to be paid for the employees who have been working here. Let me cite one hypothetical example. If a worker retires, say at age 62 from the city after having worked here a good number of years, he will have earned the right to a pension. If you calculate it out, if at age 62, he's going to live actuarially, he's going to live about 20 years longer. A woman's going to live about 21 or 22 years longer. His pension amount, let's say for a moment it's $75,000 a year, there has to be enough money in that pension fund to enable him to take out $75,000 a year. And every other retired person who has worked for the city of Rancho Mirage. We have not put that much money into the fund, however. The pensions will not be funded under current standards. They won't be funded until we make up for the amount of money that we've been short over the past dozen years or so. So there are two funds, as Isaiah said. One has about almost $3 million in it, and the other one has almost $11 million for a total of about $13.8 or $9 million of unfunded liability. The fund that we're talking about now, the one with $2.9 million in it, is a fund that under CalPERS law, we can buy out of. We can pay them the money back. Sounds absurd. Why can't we pay anybody the money we owe them? I've never seen or ever heard of anything quite as arcane or otherwise difficult to understand than CalPERS' attitude toward this unfunded liability. We owe them a total of $13.9 million. They agree we can pay $3 million of it back, but we can't. We do not have the ability under the CalPERS rules to pay the other almost $11 million back. Instead, what CalPERS says, you owe us $13 million. We would, if we had your $13 million, we would earn on it a projected 7.5% per year. But we don't have your $13 million, and therefore we're losing 7.5% per year on that $13 million. No, we're not going to lose it, they say. We're going to charge you as though it were interest, as though you had borrowed it from us, which we have not, but that's the way it's treated. And so we can't pay back anything that they don't allow us to pay back. The $3 million, we can. That's already been established. They're holding a meeting this month, in fact, today or yesterday or tomorrow or very soon in the next few days. They're holding a meeting. CalPERS Board of Directors is holding a meeting that will determine whether or not debtor cities such as us will be permitted to buy out of that debt by paying it off. If they permit that, we should be back here, and hopefully will be back here, seeking to pay off the balance of $11 million roughly. we have stated frequently that we have a general fund reserve of about $77 million. But that's not really quite true, because we owe $13 million to somebody else, and that $13 million that we owe, that we're not paying back, we're earning only 1.5% on it. That's how much interest we're earning in our reserve fund, approximately 1.5%. And we're paying 7.5% to CalPERS because we owe them that money. So now, if we pass this motion, we will reduce our debt by $3 million and save, as I said, about $300,000 that we will keep in our general fund instead of paying it as interest. So we'll start rebuilding up our reserves, hopefully, but we'll certainly have our general fund more healthy when we finish with this project. And then hopefully, shortly, we'll be back saying, now we want to pay off the 11 million, the 8 million, what is it, about 8 million, 9 million, that we still owe. And when we have done that, we will be saving ourselves a total of about 82% of the entire amount. So we're going to be saving ourselves nearly $1 million a year that will stay in our general fund that we won't have to pay out in the form of interest. So it makes all the economic sense to get rid of this debt and to start rebuilding our reserves and using the money for purposes that benefit the city rather than paying this debt to CalPERS every year, which we have been doing. And so if we pass this today, we will eliminate $3 million of that debt, and hopefully in the next month or two, we'll be able to eliminate the balance. And I certainly think we should do it. I think it makes all the economic good sense, and I know that I speak for Isaiah and Richard, who's been on the committee together. I think we feel that getting rid of that debt is one of the wisest things we can do, and thank goodness we can do it. We live in a city that can afford to do it. We're not one of those that are dealing with employee problems like Stockton and San Bernardino and other cities. Thank you.
Richard, did you want to make a comment?
No, all of you understand now what sidecar is and how much money we've got there. Dana explained it really well. I think the important thing to remember, though, also is our retirees are not at jeopardy at this time. Just because there's an unfunded liability, we will take care of that. They will still receive whatever pensions they're now that they're getting. But financially, fiscally, this is the direction we should go. It not only pays off the liability, but we're going to earn more money on that money too. So it's the right thing to do. Fortunately, we have money to do it.
Thank you. Any other comments?
You know, the irony of this is that normally when you have a debt, you've borrowed money. You've received money and now you have to pay it back. We haven't borrowed any money. We haven't gotten anything from CalPERS. We haven't said, okay, we're going to pay you back the $10 million we borrowed from you. This is merely a bookkeeping entry that says we owe, in retirement, $10 million. And so rather than be charged 7.5% interest, we're going to eliminate that. My point being that it makes consummate sense to do it. It's just ironic that we haven't borrowed those funds.
In effect, though, the state has not made that rate of return, so they've come back and charged it to the city.
Right. Yeah, and the 7.5% is a questionable.
That's right.
It's a questionable figure as well.
Sure. They determine it. They project, well, let's see, we'll earn 7.5% next year, so we'll charge them 7.5% as though we had loaned them the money. Right. But as you point out, they never loaned us a dime.
Exactly.
Okay, Dana, why don't you make a motion on this?
Sure, it'd be my pleasure.
Ask if there's anybody in the public that wants to hear.
Well, I wanted to make a comment first, too. I am just so impressed with the way our council and our staff handles all these things and makes it so easy to understand, and such a pleasure to know that we're being so well taken care of. And I thank you all so much. And are there any comments from the public? And seeing none, We'll close the public comments. And Dana, if you would make a motion.
Sure. I move that we authorize the city manager to execute the lump sum payment of the city's CalPERS side fund liability and approval of the related fiscal year 2013-14 budget adjustment.
Okay. Richard seconds. Everyone please vote. And the motion carries 5-0. And I think now we are finished. So, we are now adjourned.
No closed session.
All right. Thank you.